Hello.
We're just waiting for the rest of the group to get here.
Now, are we live? Hello?
You are live, Carl. Trisha's on
Okay.
her way.
Are we still waiting for board members or where are we?
It looks like you are missing one board member and the interim right at the moment. She's on her way.
Okay, well, we better hang on for a minute or two, right? Or do you want to go ahead and open?
We can go ahead and open, Carl, because I'm just going to move us right into the closed Zoom and invite everybody. So since we have a quorum.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the meeting in that case. All right. I want to welcome everybody to the board meeting, July 22nd, 4:30. And the first thing we're going to do is to call to order and establish a quorum. So Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini.
Present.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Here.
And Board Member Todd Weaver should be joining us soon.
Soon? Okay. At this point, we're going to go ahead and move to closed session.
Carl,
Yes.
sorry for the interruption. This is Paul. I see that we have at least 2 or 3 hands raised, so it looks like there are people that want to make comments before closed session.
Oh, okay. I don't see them. But
Yeah, they're there. I was waiting for you to read, and then I was going to announce that. I have 2. There's one person that is signed in twice with the same name with their hand up at the same time. But
yeah.
I'm going to try to clarify to make sure they want to speak on closed session and not open session.
Yeah. Why don't you do that clarification? And if they want to speak now, we'll do it. Can you do that? Or do you want me to go ahead and read through the closed session agenda? Trish?
You can go ahead and read through the closed session agenda, and I'm
Yeah, then you can find out where they're coming from. Okay. Closed session agenda. Anyone wishing to address the board regarding closed session items may do so at this time. All proceedings are reported to the public in open session where action is taken or staff is given direction. The agenda for today: A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 549, subdivision A, Tricia Dellis and Tricia Z and legal. Name of case: Shivers versus Carmel School District, case number 20 CV 001699. Item B, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaints pursuant to Government Code 54957, Tricia Dellis and Tricia Zarovich. Item C, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957, Acting Superintendent Tricia Dellis. Item D, negotiations with unrepresented potential employee, District Negotiator Carl Palestrini, Board President, position candidate for interim superintendent, board only. Item E, public employee appointment, interim superintendent, board only, and chief human resource officer, Tricia Dellis and Carl. And F, adjourn to closed session. And before we adjourn to closed session, let's see where Tricia is with those wishing to comment.
So Paul's just saying that we may have the chat off. Not sure if they can chat back to us on it. So I'm not sure if they have a closed session.
Carl, how about if I go ahead and let the first one in, and then you can ask him if their item is for closed session or not. If it is for a closed session, they can make their comment. And if it's for later in the meeting, they can come back at 5:30. How's that?
Let's do that.
The first one up will be Mira Nissim. Mira, I'm going to allow you to talk now.
Hello, Nira.
Hi, wonderful. Thank you for allowing me to join. I'm a parent of 3 children in Tularcito School. I have one that's starting kindergarten, one in second, one in fourth. And as a parent of the school, of course, I'm waiting to hear what you guys have planned. I was disappointed that we would be starting with virtual learning because it was so challenging in the spring. And my main concern is with 3 children at home, I would love to see what you guys have planned for the Zoom schedule. I definitely cannot manage to do any work when the children have no school, obviously. And I'm very nervous about having to orchestrate multiple Zoom calls for 3 of them multiple times a day. I'm hoping that you guys have something in plan that it's like only the morning or something, or that, you know, there's some orchestration for siblings so that, you know, school is manageable. It's been a huge concern waiting to find out what you guys have planned. And also, you know, a lot of us parents now have to kind of figure out how to homeschool, even if school is planning to be in session. And, you know, we're just, I know, very curious to see what you guys have in store for us. But really, you know, you need to be a little more understanding of the parents putting their lives on hold for so long, waiting for answers on whether we're having school, how much school, how school's going to look, right, etc.
I'll tell you what, that is on tonight's agenda. And
Great.
if you'd like to weigh in at that point in time, you might want to do it again so others could hear your concerns.
Okay.
So, and they're valid.
So I think, Carl, it might help. So for Mira to understand that this current, right now, this is the ability to talk about the closed session items, and at 5:30 is talking about the open session items. So what Carl's highlighting is if you come back at 5:30, then everybody paying attention to the open session, you'll have a time there to say those things as well.
Okay. So should I log off now and come back into the same login at 5:30?
Paul?
Yes, that's correct. That's exactly what to do. And then
can I keep my place in line?
It'll be a new place in line.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Join us at 5:30.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Paul?
So at this point, all the other hands are gone. So I'm assuming that they're also going to come back and have, you know, more of a topic that's on the open session at this point. There's no one else with it.
There is no one then in line here for the closed session. Is that what you're saying?
Well, there is one more in place. Let me call on her and let's find out.
Let's see if it's closed or open.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask you, Paul, are we asking if it's closed or open before they're actually able to speak? Just so we don't have to hear them twice.
Well, the problem is with the chat function, we can chat to them, but they apparently can't chat back to us. So I'm going to ask that question. The next person up is Jen Cosmas, and I'll clarify that before she speaks. Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
See if it's relevant to closed.
Yes. So Jen, you are up next. You can unmute. And our first question is whether your item is for one of the closed session discussions, or is it something that's on the open session agenda or not on the agenda at all?
Well, I was just wondering what the difference. Why would I raise it here and not there, or there versus here? I don't mind either way where I raise it. But what's your suggestion?
Well, let me help you with that. If you raise it during the regular board session, you're going to have an awful lot more following and a lot of people listening, I think, because it is on the agenda. So the purpose of doing it then is so that we can go ahead and move forward with these closed session items that really aren't relevant.
Okay, got it.
Makes
Great.
sense?
Go for it, and I'll come back. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So anyone else who's out there listening, this is Paul Bean. I'm helping to kind of coordinate the meeting on Zoom. If you do have a comment, you can check in at 5:30, especially we know it's a hot topic regarding our reopening plans. 5:30 is the right time to log in and raise your hand at that point. Otherwise, we're looking for people who have comments specifically related to closed session at this time.
Okay, thank
and
you.
Carl, there are no hands raised at this time,
Okay.
so I think we'll see the rest of them at 5:30.
Thank you. At this point, let's go ahead and move to closed session.
Carl, you're muted right now.
Am I live?
Good.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, welcome community to the Carmel Unified School District Board of Education meeting on July 22nd, starting at 4:30 for closed session and now moving into open session. The board took no action in closed session. So at this point, we can go right ahead and begin with our open agenda. But first, we need a motion to adopt tonight's agenda.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second?
Okay, moved and seconded.
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Okay, so moved. At this point, we are at item C, the Pledge of Allegiance. And let's go with Sarah on this one.
Okay. Ready? Begin.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the
to the
flag
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
for all.
Okay,
Gotta love that lag. That was
I
nice.
know.
flag is cool. It's a little scary, but there it is. Okay, thank you, Sarah. The audience is notified that open session will be audio taped. And at this point in the agenda, we're going to go ahead and go with the board, superintendent, community representatives, student reps, ACT, Association of Carmel Teachers, CSEA, Classified School Employee Association comments. And we'll go ahead and begin with the Board of Education. And so, Todd, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Since the last board meeting, like 100 years ago, June 24th, I've been pretty much full-time focused on what we're doing here in the district. So if you can remember all the way back a month ago, when our average daily total cases of COVID were half of what they are now, it's kind of mind-blowing, right? So I've been kind of what I'll call data nerding out on what that actually means. And I think there's a couple of points that are pretty astounding when you start looking at a few things. So nationally, we have 350 million people in the US, and we're closing in about 4 million cases, which is about 1% of the population tested positive. 40 million people in California and 400,000 cases, that's about 1%. 400,000 people in Monterey and only 4K cases, and that's only about 1%. So looking at those things and sort of seeing what we're looking at for the future, I've been really providing as much advice up and down the district on what I'll call, what does your role look like during a pandemic? Since whatever people were used to be doing is sort of like, you now have to shift to say, how do you do blank during a pandemic? So it's sort of like, how do you teach choir during a pandemic? How do you do PE during a pandemic? How do you provide internet to remote regions of our district during a pandemic? And how do you handle student communication, which I think is a key piece during a pandemic, and social emotional well-being, professional development for a pandemic during a pandemic, right? So this is obviously the number one thing that we need to be focusing on. Of course, my view, as I've described to people throughout the district here, is the answer to all of those. I think I'll break down to 3 I's that I call it: invest, iterate, and improve. So of course, for parents, right, as a parent of 2 kids in the district, pain is memory, right? The pain of distance learning in the scramble of spring is like this, the memory carried forward of, wait, great, we're all going to be on distance learning. Wow, that was such painful time during spring. And so we need to make sure that we're communicating that we're investing, iterating, and improving, because now we've had enough time to train the teachers, select a platform, right? All these things that is really very helpful. So I've been involved in each of those steps. Of course, it can all it has to be effective with focus. And so prior to the governor setting the threshold where we actually have data, right? 100 cases per 100,000 trailing 14 days means that now we can plan based off of the trajectory of numbers and actually be able to adjust accordingly. What that allows us to do is, of course, focus. And that's going to be a key piece, especially as we're getting this presentation later, where we've had to scramble to address all possibilities, right? And now we can focus, at least for the foreseeable future, as far as the data models are projecting. So from a planning perspective, what the governor announced is actually a positive, right? If we try to frame it appropriately, saying, well, at least now there's one, let's look at the one benefit. We can now focus all of our efforts in one direction rather than playing this whack-a-mole and scrambling around, quadrupling effort. So once, and I'll also just provide one bit that I've seen through the meetings with those within the district. Right, once Monterey County order came in, then I could see a concerted district-wide focused effort from everybody involved, right, around planning, how are we going to take immediate action? What are we going to do about distance learning? And through that, I actually would say that where I was deeply concerned for months coming in to trying to make sure that we were doing the best thing, that has flipped for me to much more optimistic about what we're able to do if we invest, iterate, and improve, because our teachers, staff, students can do amazing things together, even during a pandemic. That's all I got, Carl.
You're muted, Carl.
Carl, you're muted. Carl, you're still muted.
Sarah, are you there?
I'm here.
It's your turn.
Oh, it is. Okay. I understand we have a healthy agenda this evening, so I really just would like to take a minute to thank all of our staff and everybody in our district office for all of the time, energy, and effort that is going into fall planning at this point. You know, the planning that went in pre-Governor Newsom's announcement last week, and then all the planning that's going on now. I know that there is a tremendous amount of work ahead of everybody, and I just want to thank everybody for all the effort that they're putting in. And I would also like to thank all of the CUSD staff that are going through the distance learning trainings and different modules right now. So we have a really, really productive distance learning curriculum and model to follow in the fall. I'm super excited what all of our staff is learning and going through. So I'm proud of everybody for taking the time to do that. I think it'll be time well spent, and we'll see the payoff in the fall. So I think that's really exciting. And lastly, I would just like to thank all of the CUSD staff and parents that have emailed and called us, or me personally, and the board. I have appreciated hearing all of your perspectives. I've appreciated understanding more about the challenges that everybody's facing. And as Todd sort of ended his comment with, I really believe in my heart, at the end of the day, what we all want in the fall is what's best for our students, and most importantly, our staff as well. And I believe that with everything happening and everybody working together, we will be able to achieve that in the fall. So I just want to extend a big thank you from the bottom of my heart to everybody involved.
Carl,
you're muted, so I'm just going to jump in and start speaking.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So thank you, Sarah and Todd. I completely echo your sentiments and comments, and feel we are still so incredibly blessed to be in this district. And I just really want to highlight our leader right now, Trisha Dellis. I think I just admire your resolve and your ability to maintain your positive attitude during an impossible situation. So I just want to commend you for your leadership, and all of our leaders out there. I know you are working so hard and have not had much of a summer. And I feel badly for you on that, because it just shows your level of dedication, but it's also exhausting. And I'm going to finish with a letter that I got just a couple days ago from Trisha Zarovich. Forwarded me a letter from Jesse Reimer. He's a Kashawa Fire Protection District supervisor out there in Kashawa. And we had a parade earlier this summer for all of our graduates in Kashawa. And we didn't really get to highlight some of the beautiful things that are happening right now. So I just wanted to read this letter. It says, "Dear Tess,
The Kashawa Fire Protection District would like to thank you and everyone who came with you for your support and participation in our graduation parade that took place on June 6, 2020. We have received tremendous positive feedback from students and parents for creating such a special day for the students. We would like to extend that gratitude to you as well. We are very happy with the outcome. In the future, we are planning more events for the Kashawa community students as a show of our support for their hard work. We would love to welcome you all back as part of a greater outreach to the citizens of the community. The parade exceeded our expectations in raising the spirits of the kids in Kashawa. It has also allowed us to show them we all recognize and appreciate the hard work they put in to being a student during this COVID-19 pandemic, especially living so far away from their school and with limited technological resources. We hope this helps them realize that anything is possible if you put your mind to it. The parade would not have touched the hearts of the community and the students as much as it did without you participating in the event. We are very grateful for your presence in the parade and are happy you were so willing to show the students how much you care. And this is shared with all of the principals that came, the staff that came, and the parents and families that came as well. So I just wanted to share that. I'm done.
Okay.
Shall I go, Carl? So I just wanted to thank everyone. Obviously, we're all going through a lot here as we're making some tough decisions, looking at various items about school and the people involved. And I really appreciate, I want to echo what Tess said, that Trisha Dellis has made this about the people and has really done a wonderful job on that. And that also, my thanks go down to everybody else who works for our district, but also out to our community and particularly our parent community, because you are our partners in this. And that's what we need you to continue on that vein as we continue into the fall here. It's going to be tough. So thank you. And I look forward to hearing more from you tonight. I also wanted to just let everyone know, we had a community human services meeting, and there's a goal right now to house locally 100 homeless youth ages 18 to 24. They're trying to do this community by community to help with the homeless problem, but particularly during this COVID-19 time because of the spread of COVID with people who don't have permanent homes. Also, so that's a very daunting task. We are the first community to attempt this during COVID. Also, the city of Monterey is offering a rental assistance program during COVID-19. If you either work, all of our families don't live in Monterey, but we might have other people listening in, employees, et cetera, who live in Monterey. They have a rental assistance program that they wanted us to share with our people. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Listening to Tess and the Kashawa event, I got a chance to watch that from the sidelines, the graduation out there. And the thing that was so much fun for me was seeing my former students from both middle and high with their own families at this point. And, as an old principal at both schools, a school without kids to me, quite frankly, is not a school. It's the interaction with the kids that have kept me doing this as long as I have. So we are all shooting for the same thing. We want them back on campus. Every time we take a step forward, it seems like something causes us to take a step backwards. And the governor changed everybody's plans with a wave of a hand, and rightfully so. But it's a very difficult effort. And the other thing I've really come to realize is just how difficult this is going to be for some families who have kids in multiple settings, school settings, who work, while they have kids at different sites. And the monitoring of this has not escaped my radar. I've got grandkids of my own that are at different levels, and they live in a remote area too. How in the heck are we going to make this work? Well, we hear you. And I think we talk a lot about employees, and they're great, but you have been great too. And I think you've kind of stayed with us as the road kind of curves back and forth towards hopeful openings to partial openings to we don't get to do it to who knows what's going to happen next. But we hear you loud and clear. And I know that the board and the district will make every possible opportunity happen for those that are really at risk with work to home situations and kids and the monitoring that would be involved in a quality education. So know that we hear you loud and clear. So I hear you on the Padre too, at the mascot at the high school, but quite frankly, it's getting this thing underway and making it work for the parents and the kids that's at the top of the agenda. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and move to our superintendent, acting superintendent, Tricia Dellis.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to give a quick shout out to the CSEA employees that do not take summer vacation in any sort of year. We have a lot of 12-month employees in our classified unit, and these employees are working currently during this crisis. They are social distancing, they have masks on, and because they are out in the field, as we say, they're not together in a building. And I want to say a shout out to them, and they are the maintenance people, our mechanics, our groundskeepers, our custodians, our food service workers, and the district office staff. Thank you to all of you for being so dedicated to our district and making sure that everything keeps going behind the scenes while we try to figure this complicated situation out. Thanks, that's all.
That's it? Okay. Let's go ahead then at this point and go with our association representatives. Let's go ahead and start with Bill Schreier, Association of Carmel Teachers, if Bill is available. Bill?
Actually, I'll be speaking on behalf of ACT tonight. So good.
Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm going to. Good evening. I am Dana Redding, ACT site representative from Tularcitos Elementary School. The Association of Carmel Teachers Representative Council, or ACT, is comprised of 10 members and includes representatives from each school site. The following teachers comprise our current council: Bill Schreier, Mike Deckelman, Kathy Truesdale, Lee Cambra, Mark Stafford, Joe Mello, Stephen Abate, Will Bands, Kimberly Hartnett, and myself. On behalf of the Association of Carmel Teachers, ACT, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to Superintendent Tricia Dellis and to the entire district administration and staff for their tireless efforts to work cooperatively with ACT, ensuring not only that all students continue to receive a high quality education, but also that both students and staff are safe. We would also like to acknowledge and thank Bill Schreier, our ACT president, for being the spokesperson for our union and for working diligently on behalf of all 170 plus members. His dedication, leadership, and compassion motivate all of us to do our very best for students. In addition, we would like to thank all of the parents in our district for their flexibility, creativity, patience and partnership as we navigate these uncharted times. We know that working collaboratively with all stakeholders is the best and only way to address the challenging issues that we have before us. In the words of Idawu Koyenikan, there is immense power when a group of people with similar interests gets together to work toward the same goals. Let us all continue to work together with the common goal of protecting everyone's health and safety while continuing to ensure our students receive an excellent, engaging, and enriching education. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Well said.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to the CSEA, California School Employees Association, and that president will be Bud Libby. Is Bud available?
Yes, thank you, Carl. Yeah, my name is Bud Libby. I'm the current CSEA president. Yeah, the classified unit would like to thank the district and the board for being transparent and inclusive in the decision-making process dealing with the opening of the new school year. Thank you, Tricia, for acknowledging that the classified departments that are currently at work. I would like to add the IT department as one. You had a comprehensive list, but I didn't hear them called out. So would like to acknowledge them as well. And while everybody I've talked to this point feels safe working in this environment, you know, social distancing, wearing masks, and doing what we can to be safe at all times. We do understand that there are some risks bringing more people on campus, and we'll deal with that as it unfolds. That the classified unit is willing to adapt and step up however they're needed, and looking forward to the new school year. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you, Bud. Okay, that pretty much concludes the reporting out. I did want to include one letter that I received, and this one is from Mission Trail Lions of Carmel, the Lions Club. And it's Dear Carmel Unified School District. Mission Trail Lions of Carmel have been providing backpacks and school supplies to needy students at Tularcito School for the past 11 years. This year, we will be helping Big Sur Unified, well, 2. It has come to our attention that Carmel Host Lions has also come on board with this project at River School. We are so pleased. Assisting with our local schools, including sports gates, is worthy of our time, and we so enjoy it. President Paul Tomasi. And the reason I wanted to read this is because we sometimes forget just how valuable these service clubs are to the Carmel Unified School District. Carmel Host Lions, you've got Mission Trail Lions, Carmel Rotary, Carmel Valley Rotary, Kiwanis clubs, and they just do a lot. They really do. So I want to make sure that we give them a shout out on that particular part of our program. So at this point, we're going to go ahead.
Carl,
Question?
I'm sorry. Before we move on, we need to let everybody know if there was action taken in closed session.
I think I did report that there was no action taken in closed session when I opened. I'm pretty sure. But if I didn't, there was no action taken in closed session.
Thanks, Carl. I missed it. I was trying to deal with the text.
I think I did, but
Thank
if I
you.
didn't, that's good. It's a good reminder. I appreciate it. Okay, on the open forum, anyone wishing to address the board on non-agenda items may do so at this time. Community members wishing to address the board are allotted 3 minutes per speaker. Please note that speaking time cannot be delegated to another person. Should more than 7 people wish to address any one topic, the board may elect to allot 2 minutes per speaker. Without taking action, board members or district staff members may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by the public about the items not appearing on the agenda. So I think the heads up here is, if you're wanting to speak about items that we have on the open public agenda, this is not really the place to do it, because that would be the place to do it. If you would like to speak about issues or items that are not on that agenda, now would be the time to do it. So let's go ahead and see where we go. Paul?
Hi, Carl. So this is the time for comments that are not on the agenda. For folks who want to make a comment, you need to make sure you've logged into the web page. There's a link near the top of the page that says to join the webinar, and then it gives you the password for that. Once you're in as an attendee in the webinar, you can use the hand raising icon to raise your hand, and then you'll be able to speak when called on. I want to let people know we're not monitoring the chat. So you may be able to put messages in the chat, but we have our hands full juggling all the different screens that we're paying attention to. So that's one screen that we won't be paying attention to during this meeting. So with that said, Rob, who's our first hand raised?
So it looks like for For non-agenda items, the only one that has come forward, I did put in chat for those that have their hands raised if there was a non-agenda item. And the only person that has stated so would be Tiffany Lyon. Again, that would be non-agenda items, not about reopening school. That is at later in the agenda. So if it's about reopening of schools or mascot or anything else, there's items on the agenda for people to address at that time. This is for things that are not on the agenda currently.
Okay, Rob, if you can set Tiffany up to be able to speak.
Yeah, Tiffany's able to speak now.
Thank you.
Tiffany? Hello?
I see that Tiffany's muted. Does she need to unmute herself, or Paul, do you
Yes.
unmute her?
No, I don't have that tool on this computer. Tiffany, if you could go ahead and unmute yourself, then we can hear you.
Okay. Hello?
There we go.
Thank you for your help. And thank you again for everybody's hard work. We know you're all doing your best. My question has been, what are you doing for the spring athletes last year at high school who only received 1 unit for PE rather than 5? And additionally, when will we know what high school electives are being honored, and how will you help the students who are left with no electives to make sure they have enough units to graduate?
That's a good question, and I'm not sure. I think John Lyons is available, but I don't know if this is the place to answer, John, or if you have a presentation that's going to deal with this. Are you available?
It's not the appropriate time to ask questions. This is open forum for them to actually, I mean, they can ask, but we're not supposed to engage in answers.
Well, I was going to, he could comment if he chose to, but I guess in order to move forward, I hear you. Well, so noted on the question.
And I think it probably could be wrapped into, it sounds like that could be wrapped into the reopening plans. So again, if I can just reiterate, I know there's a lag. So I just want to reiterate that if it is a non-agenda item, if there's something that is not on the agenda tonight, please know this is the time to speak. But if it's an agenda item, reopening plans, mascot, or any of those, there is a time later in the agenda that you will be called upon. And we do have you in order with your hand raised.
Okay, next question.
We believe that's the last question that is not related to something that's on the agenda, Carl.
So what was the only question?
Yep.
Okay. Still, I'm sure John, principal at Carmel High School, John Lyons, has that dialed in for a presentation of some sort coming up very shortly. At this point, then, we're going to go ahead and close the open forum and move to the consent calendar, which are typically items that we have seen and have essentially asked questions about and have had answers given to us. So at this point, does the board have any questions, or would they like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
If there's no questions, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
We have a second.
Second.
Okay, that is moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, board. So moved. Now we're going to move to item 6. It's an action discussion information item. Carmel Unified School District reopening plans. And that would be our acting superintendent, Tricia Dellis, along with administrative counsel.
Yes.
And others.
Yes, thank you. We have everyone on this call tonight to help present the plans that we have been working on for a couple months now. And obviously everyone sort of outlined the challenges that have been happening in the last couple months. We've received various different levels of guidance as we've moved forward. And so we are pivoting as we speak, right? Our leadership team meets And there's about 27 of us that meet on a regular basis to talk about the plans. As when we were probably 3 weeks ago, we were talking about SB 98. And many of you engaged on that topic because the state at that point was directing us to get as many students on campus as possible. And that was a shift. And so efforts were going into that plan. We call it our hybrid plan, but we were trying to also get as many students on campus as we could. And then of course, last Friday it shifted again because we are on a watch list here in Monterey County. And so with that, we are following the guidance, which is that we will be starting the year with distance learning. But for tonight, we have this plan that everyone has seen this last week, and you could see that it is dated as of July 14th, because we know that it's ever shifting and moving. So I'm going to move through the plan rather quickly because people have already seen it, so that we could get to the beefier parts, which I know the board is going to have a lot of questions about. So next slide, please. This is just a slide about our guiding principles and all the different areas of focus as we go through this process. Next slide. Health and safety. Next slide. Number one for us. We talked a lot about arriving and departing campuses and physical distancing. Next slide. Classroom settings, how we were going to keep people 6 feet apart according to the guidance, and different masking requirements at each site. Next slide. Non-classroom settings, so talking about how to stagger in restrooms and hallways and common areas and how to keep those down to limited numbers. Next slide. Face coverings, as you know, that's been changing and it's been debated at the state level with all kinds of different people, more intelligent than myself. And they've landed on something at this point in time, but I know it's been heavily debated, certainly not only for children, but out in our communities in general, as we see on the news every day. Next slide. Hand washing, the maintenance people have been out there building hand washing stations so that we have a lot more capability outside for people to wash hands and use all the proper hygiene measures that we need to follow. Next slide. Talk about how all of our classrooms and frequently used surfaces will be cleaned and how often. And Dan Paul and all of his team have been helping us really figure all of those particulars out if kids are on campus and staff's on campus. Next slide. Food services, obviously, we've been told we cannot bring large groups of student and staff together, so we have to be creative in that realm. Also, we can't bring them into a typical cafeteria setting. Next slide. Monitoring and response, if we have cases, which we know we will, if we bring everyone back on campus, what does that look like? Next slide. We have been told that we would be needing to take temperatures as people come on campuses and making sure that we isolate people if they exhibit any symptoms of COVID. Next slide. If we have, we would get a confirmed case only from Monterey County Public Health Department. They're the ones that are in charge of that and in the communication to us. And if we have any suspicions or people that we think might have it, we're supposed to contact them. Next slide. Scenario one, we said originally was our full return, and this is everyone's preferred outcome. This is what we do the best. This is what every school throughout the country is looking to do. We want our kids back on campuses. We know that everyone is experiencing all kinds of mental health issues and isolation issues in our community, and we're really having a tough time. People want their student to be back to normal, and that's what scenario number one is, and that's what we are working toward eventually. We're not there. Scenario two is our hybrid model, and the hybrid model consists of what we talked about in the prior slides: social distancing in classrooms, so about 50%, if that, of students in a classroom, and the face masks and using all of the protocols, safety protocols that we've been told that we need to follow if we have people on our campus. I would stress that in this model, your child is not coming back to a normal campus. They are going to be, there are going to be less children there. They're not going to be able to, be hanging out close to each other. They're going to have to keep the 6 feet distance. And so this is not the preferred either. If we have a hybrid model, it's not going to fix a lot of the issues that people are concerned about. It will fix the fact that they're on campus and people can work, but it won't necessarily help those feelings of connectiveness in a normal way. Obviously, we would be working to mitigate that with students and try to make it the best experience possible. But it would be definitely an unusual feeling when they come back on campus in the hybrid model. Next slide. I'm going to hand it over to our principals of River and Tularcitos, Principal Martin and Principal Peterson, to talk about the next couple slides about elementary school and hybrid model.
Thank you, Trish. Jay Martin here at River School. And as you can see, what we have laid out here is that if in fact we are in a hybrid model, and that requires that we have roughly half of our kids on campus at a time, then clearly it's going to be necessary to divide those classes into 2 different groups.
Walk away from the meeting, but you're not muted.
Thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye-bye.
I miss you.
I love you. Bye-bye.
I love you more.
Okay, I'll continue. So as you can see, again, on this table, we would have 2 different groups, and we didn't define because we didn't want to altogether commit to an alpha order, because when we do go to split the groups into 2, each classroom is actually going to fall into a different place in terms of, for example, if you have 20 kids in a class, 10 kids in one group and 10 kids in another will not always rest in a through L and a M through Z model. So it would just be every other day that a student would attend, and that would be with specialist programs and also the homeroom teacher presiding over the kids.
And I think that just to add on to that too, this is Ryan Peters, principal at Tularcitos. In forming these groups, knowing that we want to make sure we can maintain as balanced classes as possible and put support where we need to put support for students. And we also know that we've got families, right, that are at elementary, middle, and high. You'll see the middle school, high school later, but just wanted to reassure everybody that we know that we want to put households on that same schedule. So if they have an elementary student going on A days and they've got a sibling at the middle school, that we're going to put the sibling at the middle school going on A days also, to make it as easy as possible on families. And so we know that we're a unified district. That's one of the things that makes us great. So we know we have to work together across the system when looking at this schedule as well. I think the other thing to point out in this schedule, something to know that when, if we're start distance, and then at some point if we transition to a hybrid schedule, with families having the option to continue a distance learning model and not exactly knowing who those families are, we need to know that when we move to a hybrid model like this, students, families that elect to stay in a distance model, then go into with a certain teacher, which means that when we switch to this model from a distance model, there could be some shuffling of students in classes in order to rebalance classes to make sure that that we stay equitable across our system. And so I know that's not ideal, right? Not desired, but it's one of the things we have to deal with in this system. And so one thing we know that as a system, and so we're doing a lot, and we'll get to this when it gets to the distance model approach, but we're doing a lot to really team teach at the elementary level, to make sure that, the second grade team, the third grade team, the grade level teams are really doing a lot to team teach, so that if we have to switch a student to a different class, they've already got experience with those teachers through some instruction or through some sort of interaction. And so you would still have your designated teacher in a distance model and in a hybrid model, but we're doing a lot to focus on collaboration and team teaching at the elementary level.
Okay, next slide. And this is still your slides.
So as you can see, with the hybrid model, it's alternating days on the 2-week cycle. The hours the students would be in class that are 9 to 2 or at school would be 9 to 2. We try to maintain that schedule at home as well. When they're at school, obviously they're with their teacher. We would put the majority of core academic instruction into that time when they're at school with their teacher. The nice thing is that they've only got half their kids, they can really go deep and cover some ground with half those students, and spend that time too just focusing on social emotional needs. And then when a student goes home, Jay, you want to take that one?
Sure. When the students are home, obviously not with their classroom teacher, they would be working on assignments as designated by their teacher. And in addition to that, those days would be when the students would actually participate in the specialist programs, either through live instruction, for example, through Zoom meetings, but also through pre-recorded lessons. Those two factors would again constitute altogether the student's learning experience on the off days, because teachers are always going to have students in front of them. They'll be instructing them. They will not, in fact, get a break. So we want to be respectful of the fact that on the off days, it would be very difficult, very challenging, if nearly impossible to manage both groups. So the students will have on the off days, again, homework provided and schoolwork provided by their teachers, and they will have contact with their specialist teachers. But the regular education teachers that they're with every other day would not be involved directly in instruction on those off days.
Next slide. Okay, this is Dan, Principal Morgan, and Assistant Principal Casper.
All right, so the middle school hybrid program that we were looking at is not very different in structure from the elementary. Like them, we were looking at the alpha split to accommodate families in need. For us, though, we were looking at designing cohorts based on interests. And so those cohorts predominantly are shaped by elective classes. So if a student last year took Spanish 1 and needs Spanish 2 to continue their progression, they would be placed into a cohort of students that all had Spanish 2. Those classes would not rotate. They would be with that group of somewhere around 12 kids throughout the entire day. In the hybrid model, we can only offer a 6-period day because of the recommendations of cleaning classrooms between essentially classroom switches. So we have a 15-minute passing period between each class that eliminates 1 period, and our hours would be 8 to 3, which fits into the district's transportation program. We have talked a little bit about the possibility of moving a second elective online. So if a student, for example, had something like strings and Spanish 2 or Spanish 1, somehow they would be able to continue those courses of study, but that is definitely going to be a real challenge in that model. You can see the schedule there in front of you, Monday through Friday, an A-B rotation. So students are coming on every other day, and given the challenging learning needs that most middle schoolers possess, we anticipate that the A group and the B group would be having the same lessons. So curriculum would slow down a little bit as we work to try to make sure that people stay on similar pacing throughout the year. I think we can move to the next slide. So in this kind of just details the particulars of our plan. As I just said, alternating days, 8 to 3 hours. Core academic instruction is maintained. We have on-site PE, but there are some rules about the activities that students can engage in. Our feeling was that it was really important to keep PE going because it's an opportunity perhaps to step out of class and unmask with more than the appropriate level of social distancing in place. And if nothing more, at least take a walk around our beautiful campus and get some fresh air. We talked a little bit already about the reduction in electives. based on our current schedule constraints. And then students that are at home would continue to engage in remote learning instruction, independent study work, and potentially elective classes. But again, that's something that we still haven't worked out entirely. So, Jen, is there anything that you wanted to add?
I think you covered all of it.
All right, I think I'm
Okay,
done.
next slide. Let's hand it over to the high school people. Principal Lyons.
Good evening, everybody. So high school is a slightly different universe in terms of what we can and can't do based on the guidelines from CDE. We're not necessarily as bound to the cohorting experience that they are at elementary and middle. So our schedule, again, for the hybrid, this is again the hybrid model would as well be dividing everybody up into two pieces. And our flexibility at the high school level, we have a little more flexibility in terms of courses that we can offer and things of that nature. So we would do our best to match what students who have younger siblings have, so their cohorts would match up. But our Monday through Thursday would be rotating A's and B's groups. Our Friday schedule looks a little different because what we're trying to do is match some of the social emotional needs of the high school students and try to recreate some of the social groupings that high school students need to maintain their kind of development as they prepare for life after high school. So Monday through Thursday would be purely academic days, working on a block schedule of 90-minute classes. And then on Fridays, 2 sessions of students with the 9th and 10th graders coming in the morning and the 11th and 12th graders coming in the afternoon, with a break in the middle between those 2 groups for some of our performing arts and our practicum courses, so we can maintain the importance of our CTE on our VAPA programs to those students who need that. But the broad strokes are a similar A-B model, dividing the students up into 2 pieces. The next slide, please. Again, alternating days, Mondays and Tuesdays would go 8:30 to 1:30, which would encompass classes periods 1, 2, and 3. Wednesday and Thursday, 8:30 to 3:15, which would encompass periods 4, 5, 6, and 7. So one class period on site, 1 class period at home, with Fridays being a split schedule for 9th and 10th, and then 11th and 12th. And our Friday days being designated for student check-ins, office hours for support, and like I said, dedicated time for those programs that just need to meet, that are all grade span, that don't have a real natural fit into the hybrid model. Next slide, please. When at school, that we will follow the coursework as the same. Obviously, we've got to meet the needs of students as far as graduation requirements, A through G completion, preparing for AP classes. So we will maintain the progress of the work regardless of the students being on site or at home through a mixture of synchronous and asynchronous instruction. We feel like going to the block model will really allow students to dig in to their coursework in a very intense way for those periods, but then also provide support opportunities for those students who need it, that there would be student check-ins on a regular basis. We will be taking attendance for all of our classes. I know that one of the great struggles that high school students had was the reality that school still starts at 8:30 in the morning. A lot of our high school students have gotten used to sleeping in. So we'll have to kind of get them a shift back to life as we know it in a hybrid model. So attendance will be taken regardless of whether a student is on site or at home through our mixture of live instruction and asynchronous work. I think that's all my slides.
Next slide. Okay, we're handing this over to Blaze and Colin from the Curriculum Instruction Department.
Yeah, so I'm going to hand this off to Colin really briefly here, but we've taken lessons learned from what happened in the spring and made adjustments and are addressing those. And I want Colin, who is our ed tech specialist and instructional coach, to go ahead and speak to these 2 slides. Go ahead, Colin.
Yeah, so teachers are going to be more consistent in the way they communicate, and that in combination with all the schedules in both the hybrid and distance model are going to make it easier for students and for parents to know what the work is and to get the materials they need. We'll continue to use Aries as a key tool in the secondary level as well. Next slide. So we've already done some training for staff. We're doing some more independent asynchronous training that's been available since last week. We've got more trainings planned. We're looking at, as teachers are coming back full time, how we can structure all of the new learning they need to do and support them throughout the year. We have a great team of instructional coaches and teacher leaders at every site that are really stepping up and supporting each other. We also recognize that we want to make sure that families and students know the platforms and understand the learning approach. So we're developing some curriculum and materials to help families and to help parents and students understand all the different platforms and tools. So.
Next slide. Okay, we're going to have our Principal Taccone and Principal Perry and who else do I have on my slide here? Director Laura Dunn speak on this slide.
Do we want, I'll start, elementary TK at CCDC. So in a hybrid or all-in school, looks a little different. So the hybrid, all the children will still come in AM, PM as they usually do, early bird and late bird, but we're reducing the hours just slightly and picking up more of the distance learning to be able to have a separation of those two groups so there's no overlap. Usually they overlapped for lunch and some specialists, but that's too big of a group to have together and to manage. So this way we can do that by using outside and inside. Again, if there are rainy days, that may require an increase in the minutes of distance learning due to that we are going to be heavily dependent on our outdoors to be able to have everybody come every day. That's mine.
And at Captain Cooper, because we are a small school, we will be able to be at school daily in person in this model, but we will stagger the start and end times depending on grade level and bus schedules.
Tom Perry, you out there?
Coming, sorry.
That's okay.
Tom Perry, I'm the teaching principal at Carmel Valley High School. Because again, of our small size, our students will be attending school every single day. Some of you who have been in the community for a long time might remember our schedule. It was this way for 20 plus years before we started doing internships and job shadowing. We'll return to our very old schedule from 8:30 to noon every single day. Our students will be in cohorts. They will stay in the same classroom. They'll even be able to, each cohort will even have their own restroom for safety purposes. The teachers will rotate classrooms, not the students. So the student will stay in the same room during that time. And we're going to suspend our internships and our job shadowing until a time where we feel it's safe to do so. And that's us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. Okay, so scenario 3 connects with scenario 2. So scenario 2 are those students who are on campus in a hybrid model in which only a certain amount of students will be allowed to be on campus. We have heard from many, many families that they do not want their student on campus at all, no matter what model we're in. So they don't want to send their child back to school at all this year, which is the choice of remote schooling while we're in the hybrid model. So that one, is sort of just a little twist that we wanted to point out. Anyone that wants to keep their child home this whole school year because they just don't want to deal with this possibility of going back and forth, they're nervous about the virus, their child has medical issues, they have family members who are at risk, those types of things will be allowed to be on a remote distance learning model in scenario 3. Next slide. I'm handing SB 98, which is a little, interesting at this point in time, over to Blaze.
Yeah, hi. So this is really what allows in SB 98 distance learning to occur when we are back in session on campus, some kind of state or local health order or like a governor's order like we are in now, or for students who are medically fragile who would be at risk. And as Tricia said, those who feel they're at risk, that we'll address that. Let's just go to the next slide and look at what that might look like. So in our K-5, our elementary world, it's looking like it will be something very similar to what we're going to roll out here in the fall. There'll be a combination of teacher-led classes and meetings and online resources. It'll look very similar to what we're going to do at the moment. And predominantly be our teachers. Once again, we still need to figure out who that would be. And that could also then mean that kids' teachers that they have right now might become online teachers, and they would have to shift to other classes, as Ryan had mentioned earlier. In the 6 through 12 secondary world, because of the nature of having to have specific subject credentials, you need a lot more teachers to teach one student to get all their courses. So we are looking at some of the accredited online course programs more like a independent study model, where they would have check-ins and would work with the teacher. Although we're really not sure right now how that will play out. We need to know more about what teachers will become available, and then we'll put together. It could be something completely provided in our own courses if the critical mass hits and we can make those sections work at the high school and the middle school. But we'll find a combination of both. So that's still kind of vacuous, and we're figuring that out as we go.
Next slide. Okay, so scenario 4 is what we are currently going to start the school with, start the school year with, excuse me, I'm getting tired here. Our distance learning district-wide. And so we are going to go in some detail with you tonight, because I know that that's going to be the most pressing issue for people at this point in time, since that's how we're starting the year off. So next slide. Distance learning, we had originally said that it might just impact if we are on campus in a hybrid model, it could impact some students, or maybe a classroom, or a wing of a school, or a school, or even the whole district, depending on the guidance we get. If we're in a hybrid and kids and staff are on campus, we know that there will be most likely outbreaks, and we are supposed to be working with the health department so they can direct us as they do the tracing, as students may come down or staff comes down with the virus. And so they would be doing the tracing, giving us direction, and we would possibly be putting sections of the district into distance learning. But I want to be clear, right now, we are distance learning district-wide. Next slide. Okay, this is for Laura Dunn.
Hi. Okay, so this is addressing the distance learning for the TK program that is located at Carmel or Child Development Center. So the teacher will provide 2 pre-recorded video lessons in math, phonological awareness. You can read this across the board, and it will be shared 4 days a week, and the families will be provided with some activities to extend those pre-recorded lessons. In addition to that, each child will be provided with a pack of interactive learning materials so that they can have hands-on practice through play that go along with the themes of the videos, of the video lessons. And those learning materials will be replenished and rotated as needed. And then in addition to that, for small groups of children, let's say once a week. So on Monday, it might be this group, on Tuesday, that group, Wednesday, this group, and Thursday, this group. They'll have an opportunity to have a Zoom interaction with the teacher live so that they can kind of practice some conversation skills and play some games with her. So that's our plan.
Okay, next slide, please. Captain Cooper, Elisa.
At Captain Cooper, we will continue our communication via phone and or computer due to some of our challenges with internet there. We will also be piloting one-tab devices that do not require internet for our younger students. We will look at daily and weekly schedules and focus on core academic content, and specialist programs will continue. We will also tap into the River and Tular PE Music Spanish Library digital offerings for our students that can access the internet. Next slide. Our instructional assistants will support with material preparation and delivery, and also tutoring and social emotional support as directed by teachers. We've been using the meal delivery sites to deliver and pick up instructional materials. We'll continue to do that. And we will be taking attendance and logging participation of the students using all those different modes.
Next slide. Thank you. Okay, River and Tular.
Okay, our students will have weekly and also daily schedules that'll be posted in Google Classroom that will list the Zoom meetings, the pre-recorded lessons, the assignments. Teachers will also be communicating with families and students by providing them with weekly feedback as well, and having this common resource class to class in terms of that schedule as well, we think is going to make the program very, very manageable. We want to emphasize as well that we're going to be taking attendance because participation is not optional. Students are going to have to participate in all of their instruction as designated by the teacher. But again, we're actually excited and have been experiencing significant professional development so that we are prepared not only to better ensure uniformity across our classrooms in terms of our learning goals and how we'll meet them, but also the strategies and the programs that the students will be utilizing as well, including individual and also daily small group contacts. Right.
I think another thing to point out to know is that this is going to be a very structured school day for the elementary. In the spring, it was much more, the parents had their packets and students had their work, and it was, I'd say, more of a free flow of getting the work done with support as needed by teachers. This distance learning model is going to be a much more structured day. Like Mr. Martin said, there will be attendance, there will be regular involvement with their teacher throughout the day, through lessons, through small group tutorial sessions. So there's much more accountability here and much more interaction with their teacher and with the lessons. So, but also is going to require being present for these lessons from home. So you can go to the next slide.
And I believe I already touched on the feedback consistent to students. We really want to attend to close monitoring of students so that we're addressing their needs, whether or not they require additional academic support, or whether or not a student could benefit from more accelerated instruction as well. And we certainly intend on using our support staff to achieve those instructional goals as well. We have an excellent, at all of our schools, classified staff who are prepared and anxious to work with those kids as well. And we have protocols already that we've been discussing to follow in terms of ensuring that our teams are coordinated and working collaboratively again to ensure that all kids need the support that they require.
I think the big challenge for elementary or across the board, but is going to be finding ways of keeping the activities the students are doing engaging, and just to keep the variety and make sure that we're maximizing the time that we have the students kind of on Zoom or in front of instruction, so that we can also, I think of it as maximizing their screen time so we can minimize it. Because we know we want to create that hands-on learning for students. We don't want them in front of the screen all the time. And so we also know that we are going to have to get work out to parents, and that feedback loop is going to be important, like Mr. Martin's pointed out. And so parents can expect more regular work, kind of pick up to pick up supplies as needed from classrooms and teachers.
Next slide. Thank you, guys. Carmel Middle.
All right, so as the elementary principals mentioned, our intention is to make this year's learning schedule more structured with structured weekly and daily schedules. We will be offering obviously all 4 core academics, social studies, language arts, science, and math, and then some student selected electives as well. We are currently in the process of evaluating the electives that we can offer in the distance setting that are viable given the limitations of the structure. You can expect live interaction with teachers on a daily basis. We're looking at a certain number of minimal instructional live minutes, and we're working with our teachers on that. As Mr. Peterson mentioned, attendance needs to be regular, and people will be held accountable to attending those classes. In order to help with some of the deficits that we found last year, we're trying to move to a common platform so that all teachers are using the same online platform, allowing parents to basically work in one system rather than 2 or 3. Instructional methods will include a variety of options: live instruction, pre-recorded videos, online resources, and then we're going to have a structured period for small group one-to-one opportunities for direct support. That is part of our office hours, additional student support program. And then consistent feedback obviously is critical. We hope to enhance that this year, not only by keeping Aries up to date, but also through the student support program. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, John. I thought I had one more.
No,
I
that's
did
good.
actually just want to add one thing quick, John. The only thing Dan didn't mention is that students will have a set daily schedule. So it will be by their normal class period starting at around 8:15 in the morning and following a 45-minute class schedule throughout the day. So they will have a set schedule in distance learning.
Thanks, Jen.
So from the high school perspective, I think you're probably going to hear a similar message. So that there's a desire to have a greater structure and a greater sense of accountability. So the block model schedule will still fit for the high school. It'll be the same as the hybrid schedule, so that or close, so that when we transition, there won't be a huge adjustment there. The coursework will be consistent. It's standards level coursework, AP level coursework. The rigor doesn't change. The expectation doesn't change. The model by which we are delivering instruction is changing, but the quality of the instruction is staying the same. That our Friday instructional blocks are still being manipulated. We have a number of different versions that we're still kind of working our way through on what we're going to do with Fridays to ensure that students are getting support and that students are getting the needed additional resources and really kind of moving to more of a flipped model of class instruction, where we have a chance for teachers to really dig in and work with kids who need that additional help, while those that don't can move forward at an increased pace even. For a class period, we are expecting that at least 30 minutes of the 90-minute block will be live instruction via Zoom or another approved platform, so that, again, students are getting that interaction with the teacher. We, again, as the others have said, we'll be taking attendance using our Aries system, posting assignments via Google Classroom. The add that I would add to this for the high school is we are attempting to put in, using our attendance classified staff and our attendance clerks, something of a rapid response system, so that parents will get notifications if students miss a class period that says that your child didn't log into first period. Please help us get them out of bed so that they can get to work. And the expectation of our grade books is that they'll be maintained weekly, so that you're getting real-time feedback on our grade books, because that'll be the predominant way you as parents and our students know if they're finding success. And we are really going to endeavor at the high school to re-engage the school website as our portal for parent communication. And we're gonna really push as much of our policy and much of our procedures through the school website. One of our great challenges at the high school level is getting together a lot of information from disparate sources. There's a lot of conversation about what is the college application process going to look like? What is athletics going to look like? What is all this, the other parts of high school going to look like? So our website is going to become a key resource for us to push out large amounts of information as we learn things in our new model. But the conversations that I've had with our teaching staff have been about how do we reinvent our instructional methods, but leave the content rigor and expectations at the same height that we have always come to expect from Carmel High School. and still prepare students for life in college. And that's really what our energy is being put into now, is to find ways so that teachers can build structures to success.
Thank you. Next slide. Okay, Tom.
Hello. Okay, so we will follow, much like Carmel High School, we will also have a set schedule for students to follow. They'll log in to Zoom with a teacher at 9:30, excuse me, at 8:30, 9:30, and 10:30. Teachers will rotate, then their students in their cohort. So a student during the distance learning will have contact with each of their 3 teachers every single day. They'll have a set appointment time that they will have an individual appointment with their teacher. And also what we are going to do is continue what we did last year with the distance learning, is we will have an email to parents on 2 occasions. We'll probably do again like we did last year, on a Tuesday and a Friday. They'll receive an email letting them know exactly where their students are, or how they're doing, what they need to complete, that kind of thing. And we're just going to really step up like the other high schools, making sure that each student has a set time that they have to log in, and not wake up at 10:30 and start work then. We're also going to start work at 8:30, 9:30, and 10:30, and they'll log in just like it's normal, follow a normal school day. So when we come back to school, that will just pick up where they know what to do.
Great. Next slide. Okay, next slide. We are with Laura.
Hi. We're really, our focus is to really provide childcare for as many district employees as possible. So this is a plan in process still. And I'm gonna, right now we always have a ratio of 1 to 8 in the preschool. That will continue, and as you can see in the infant toddler program as well. So next slide. So the before and after school program, we talked about a hybrid model, which we are not in. For the distance learning model, our focus is really on figuring out how to provide childcare offering for the teachers, and where that will be, and what time of day, and the staffing for that is all moving pieces right now. It is a Sudoku puzzle that I am working on, and I'm working on that with the administration, and really trying to figure out, we have a survey out there to staff to find out what their needs are. And that's my answer for tonight.
Okay, next slide. Wellness, I'm going to hand this over to Paul Bien and Steve Gonzalez.
Hi, Paul, you can go ahead and jump in. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. I'm not sure if you can see me, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My name's Steve Gonzalez. I'm the Director of Special Education, and I also oversee part of the mental health and wellness within the district, along with Paul Behan. One of the things that I want to communicate is that we're all responsible for wellness. And so as we open up the school year in distance learning, one of the things that we're going to be emphasizing is training for our staff, as well as providing supports for our parents. What we have done recently is we've met with our Monterey County behavioral health partners, and we do have clinicians within the district that help support our staff and students on an ongoing basis. One of the exciting things, given the opportunity that we're able to partner with them on, is a parent academy that we're looking at. And this would provide a 1-hour parent academy session for families and parents. And this would be about 6 to 8 weeks. So I wanted to share that news with everyone, because this is something that is in process, and it would be a new component. What we want to do is really do our best to generalize what we provide in the school system in the virtual reality that we're currently in. So we really want to think of it as a framework of prevention, intervention, and how we respond in the virtual world as we move forward in the distance learning model.
Well,
Paul,
one of
anything?
the things we're going to be monitoring closely is student engagement, student progress. We are going to be reaching out through the counselors to families where we notice the kids don't seem to be engaged, and it's not because of a technical reason, but it something in a social emotional realm, so that we can try to find supports for those students. The last two bullets there underneath the high school on the slide, those right now under the rules for distance learning are not going to be possible. We were hoping to have at least some opportunities to bring students in, to do some of the activities we've done in the past, like breaking down the walls, start with hello, some of our, big school wide and large group social emotional activities. As the conditions change, we're certainly going to want to take advantage of those opportunities to bring students in. John, I don't know if you're on mute or not, but you may want to speak to the advocacy class. That's another item that's not going to take place as in the current model.
Yeah, we're still workshopping of some various versions of how to provide social connection at the high school level. We recognize how important it is for kids to have the social interaction, the support, and so the staff is meeting tomorrow to discuss potential options to see if we can transition that to the hybrid model, and how that might work in some capacity. But in whatever version we land in on it, there's a clear need for us to develop the way at the high school level for kids to have social connection, because without athletics or clubs or lunch, it becomes difficult for kids to get past some of that isolation. So I think it's really important at the high school level we find a way to develop that, and we're going to be spending a fair amount of time over the next week or so as a staff trying to answer that question.
Thank you. Next slide.
Okay, I'm going to hand transportation over to Dan Paul.
Okay, physical distancing requirements drops the capacity of our buses to about 14 students, which when we run the initial scenarios means we can only provide transportation to Big Sur, Kashawa, Apollo, Colorado, and students in special ed with transportation in their IEP. So we had planned to release routes by the end of July, but we're going to hold off on that now. What will happen is when we are able to come back, the sites will identify the students that will remain in distance learning and then divide up the AB cohort groups, and then we'll map the students and be able to do a more clear or better job of allocating our resources, and maybe can provide transportation to more areas.
Thank you. Next slide. Student supports, I'm going to hand back over to Steve and Paul.
So thank you, Tricia. So for students with IEPs and 504s, one of the things that we want to emphasize is that accommodations and modifications, no matter what learning environment we are in, will continue to be provided. Granted, they may look different given the context of the environment. So for instance, a distance learning plan will be developed in close collaboration and partnership with the providers and the special education staff. I also want to note that our classified staff, our behavior intervention assistants, and our partners that we work with in the community will also be supporting families for students with IEPs. One note that I really want to point out is that on this slide, I believe it's the fourth bullet, it states that services will be provided on site. And because of the executive order by the governor recently, this will not be able to occur. So we will not be able to provide services on site just like any other student. And it really is, looking at the safety for both students and staff. However, again, we will be providing distance learning plans in the form of virtual and teletherapy.
Next slide. And this is for technology. One of our strategies that we started in the spring that was helpful to a number of families was providing hotspots. We've got AT&T hotspots in hand, T-Mobile on order, or excuse me, Verizon on order, and same with T-Mobile. So we'll be able to help some of the households that need that and who are in a service area that can be reached. The second bullet is more when we are in a hybrid model. We're not going to be able to bring kids in at this stage. So this is a real challenge to everybody, is how to get internet service in a place where there is no internet service. When it's possible to bring students in, that will be one of our strategies, is to put them in classrooms with supervision so that they can have access. We have other strategies that we used last year, including boosting the signal on the perimeter of our campuses. So for example, people that live near the Kashawa Center or Carmel High School could pull up in their parking lot or sit at a picnic table and work. Not ideal circumstances, but at least it gives an option for some connectivity. Chromebooks, we'll have Chromebooks for access. That says K through 12, but it really will be TK, transitional kindergarten through 12, because everybody will need computers, and we plan on providing them. There is a shortage in the state that we may be asking families, if you already have a computer for your student, to not start the year with a district issued device. I'm not sure if we're going to have to go into that mode, but that's our plan B if we're stuck where some of the other districts are, if we're still short some Chromebooks in the beginning of the year. I'm hopeful that we're not. There's action later on in tonight's board meeting that will hopefully take care of that. But we do know that some families find our Chromebooks redundant, and we could go to make sure we get the neediest families access to their Chromebooks first. Next slide. So in general, we are going to be spending a lot of energy in paying close attention to the English language learners, our special ed students, our 504 kids, students who don't have reliable access, and other signs that show us a student really needs extra help with the remote assistance. And when campuses open, those will be our first priority groups. If there's limits to how many people we can bring on campus, we feel that it is the kids with the highest academic need and access needs that will take priority. Next slide.
Okay, we can wrap this up. These are the different links that provide you with the documents that we have been referring to as we've gone through this process. And so you can go through, I know a lot of you have, you've read through the CDE's guidance and the Monterey's guidance and now Governor Newsom's guidance. And so those are the documents that we're referring to. We wanted you to know exactly where we are coming from with it. So with that, board, we are done, and we will open it up to questions from the board on our presentation, or obviously, President Palestrini can take us where you want us to go.
While we're waiting for Carl to join, Carl, you're still muted and your video is off. I just wanted to extend a thank you to everybody who presented this evening and everybody who was involved in putting together these plans in the background, the transportation, food service, everything that went into this. I just want to extend my gratitude and my thanks. I know this is no small feat with the current just the current landscape that we're dealing with. So I don't have any questions about the plan. I appreciate how thoughtful and how well laid out it is. I actually do have one question. So Tricia, I think you and I spoke a while ago about maybe having individual site town halls after this board meeting. So once the board decides that this plan is what we'll be moving forward with, will there in fact be site-specific town halls so parents can ask really specific questions, get into the nitty-gritties, whereas I think tonight is more broad-based, although I know parents have very specific questions, but I think we're going to try and keep it pretty broad this evening. Will there be a time and a space for parents to really do a deep dive with their administrators?
Excellent question. Yes, we just talked, our group, we talk every day, but we are planning, we have a few, now that we're delving into the specifics of the distance learning to another level, we are meeting tomorrow and Friday. We're meeting every day to really drill down on those things so that when principals go forward in their own town halls with their staff. So they'll have their teachers and people on those town hall meetings for parents. We'll have all the details sort of worked out. I realize, I mean, we are like days away from the beginning of the year. So it's going to be really important. And we're shooting for next week for the individual sites to be able to gather those people. Much more effective way, obviously, than everybody listening to a high school question when you have an elementary school student and those types of things. So yes, there will be more opportunities for you to ask questions and be heard and be part of more town hall meetings in the future.
Great, thank you very much. And I just also want to thank the administrators and all the teachers for making yourselves available for those town halls as a parent and also a board member. I think those individual site town halls will be very helpful and give people the opportunity that I think they've been looking for. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I think at this point, does the Board of Education have any questions regarding the presentation that they have just been watching? Anyone on the board have questions?
I would love to just offer up. Thank you, Sarah. That was so eloquently spoken, but I just want to say thank you. This has been incredibly well thought out. You guys have pretty much covered every single angle, every single crevice. I know you're working tirelessly on this. Trisha, I know we as a board, administrators and yourselves, we've gotten hundreds of letters. And I just so appreciate you seem to incorporate a lot of people's questions within this presentation. And you've completely answered all of my questions. So I just want to say thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Tess. Any other board members wish to weigh in?
I have a couple of questions, but I'll also start with a statement that being able to, talk to an awful lot of the people within the district, and Tricia, you've done a fantastic job of answering an awful lot of questions that I've had leading up to this. So I don't have too many based off the presentation. There's just a few that kind of cropped up since the last time we spoke. So I'll ask one of them now and a few others here in a second. The current numbers of 100 to 100,000 for the trailing 14 days. There is also one potential middle ground and I'm just laying this out there so that we can consider this, which of course is rapid testing, right? So if we can get, really research that and be first in line for what would be rapid testing, then that to me becomes this data point that we can actually start saying, if it's 5 minutes or 15 minutes, right, then we can say, hey, look, everybody can move to the other side of the line here. And that's one potential route that we can really consider on site safely. And obviously the key piece here is everybody wants to open school safely, but this is safely piece that we have to risk assess, right? And I think that would get an awful lot of people over the hump of safety if we can get that. So that's something and I'd like you to look into that with the other superintendents in the area, because I think that rapid testing is let's say the unspoken answer to, rather than waiting for a vaccine or seeing our numbers actually try to decrease without much action.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. And then during the enrollment, this is sort of, I guess, for all sites, but during the enrollment, maybe for Paul is the best person for this. Are we planning on registering for hybrid as well as distance learning so that they understand what the schedule is going to be depending on if we can whack-a-mole and go back and forth? Or is there, so when someone's registering, are we just applying them to the appropriate hybrid or distance learning schedule?
I think based on this, we'd have two questions. One is, do you plan on attending the distance learning that will shift to hybrid, which I think what we just called Plan D, option D, and then a separate choice, which is to do all distance learning completely throughout the year and not be in the group that's going to shift to the hybrid. Is that what you're getting at?
Yes. So when they're registering, they're able to select that because that's going to clear, or else they're having to select it later. I was just wondering if we're going to front load that.
I think we can ask the question. I haven't, and we're trying to roll that out either, Friday or early next week. And we didn't add that specific question, pending what the decision is here at the board meeting. And it might be a combination of both, because we're going to want people to finish the registration as quickly as they can. And they may make a decision at that point in time that for whatever reasons they need to adjust. So, but we will ask the question early, because it's going to help us with the planning. If we don't know how many kids are going to be in the distance model, we don't know how to assign our teachers. There's a whole, chicken and egg and cart and horse to deal with here. Yeah.
Okay. And then related to that, and I think this, again, probably Paul, you could answer, is when we're talking about the distance learning schedule and the hybrid schedule that has distance learning as a component, are those the same schedule? So someone can say, oh, well, I'm if it's all distance learning now, but if we go on site and then the distance learning section the following week, or the alternating days, excuse me, is going to be the same schedule, or is it going to be, uproot and learn the hybrid schedule with then the distance learning changes? So it's all specific to distance learning wholesale or distance learning hybrid. Are they the same schedule for parents?
One of the goals we had was to try to make them the same. So, and we keep using the word pivot, so that a family and the staff could pivot from one to the next. But in reality, we don't know if it's going to work that way. The way we've got to assign staff is quite a bit different in the two models. So I think, and there may be principals that want to chime in on this, but I think as we roll out this distance learning model, the shift to a hybrid will require us to make some more tweaks at that time.
Okay, that's helpful for me to know at this point. And I don't know that I have to drop to the sites to get that. I can follow up with the sites. I will have some site specific questions, but I'll follow up with the principals at those sites, because I think they're kind of specific to some things that they're putting together, and I don't have to bring them up here. So I'll kind of stay on the top level. And one other thing that I want, at least for Tricia to consider, is establishing some type of schedule where we have regular check-ins with one-on-one check-ins with the students, right? So it's not just a team or get together and it's a group and then assign your that we have the follow-on. And I think it kind of relates back to what Steve brought up, where if somebody is absent, and then having some type of policy that we can evaluate of how many days of absence before we're trying to reach out. I mean, obviously we're going to call parents, but there's also a point where we really need to make sure that we're addressing that connection. So that's at least something I think is worthwhile to consider.
That's a really good point. And I would, if Blaze wants to chime in on just, there is criteria from the state this go round. It was very open-ended, in the spring, because everybody was so, just trying to figure things out. But the state has come out with some criteria that we have to have daily, not necessarily one-on-one. I wrote down one-on-one though, because I think that's really important. But Blaze, you may want to share the minutes.
I think the piece that Todd was kind of referring to is in SB 98 in terms of the requirement is if a student misses 60% of their learning for the week, which would be 3 days absence in distance learning, the site's district will have to have a re-engagement plan in place. And so there will be certain criteria that we'll set up in those plans. Those are not created at this point, but we will be developing those as we go forward here. It might be that a student is sick and has a cold. And so we do our normal call home and we find out they're sick with a cold. So we check off that box, but it might be that this person is choosing not to attend or something else is going on. And then we'll have different responses depending on what's actually happening with that student. And so those will be what we'll call those re-engagement plans. And they could then ultimately, when we get into a hybrid model, it could even mean that a certain student might have to get pulled back every day of the week to the site as opposed to just being on an A/B schedule because of what they decide to do with that student in re-engaging them. So it'll depend on the model and the amount of absences.
Okay, I really appreciate hearing that. And so I have a statement and then two additional questions. One is that I really appreciate Tricia and the administration's approach to SB 98, understanding that parents that trying to parse through SB 98 to say, yeah, you need a medical, letter to determine that you are at risk, and instead just having it be an option, I think is extremely powerful. It's giving the parents and the families the choice. And I think that is great, obviously, once we can get to that point. And then another question is probably for Dan Paul. I think this is going to be an obvious answer, but I'm just going to ask it anyway, is about site upkeep, during distance learning, right? So this, I'm assuming it's just similar to summer upkeep, but I just wanted to confirm that, or are we trying to basically, clean everything on a regular basis and kind of the hopes that things would open back up?
So the custodians are finishing their deep summer cleaning. And when we're in distance learning, there may be some staff on campus, so they'll be cleaning common areas and keeping up the site. You'll see the grounds staff working around the sites. We're going to reduce the utility use to minimal based on what kind of staffing we have on site, but we will definitely stay on the upkeep of the buildings and grounds.
Excellent. Thank you. Especially with as it seems like the majority of teachers are desiring to be on site for teaching. So that's great to hear. And then I think this last question is probably for Tricia, potentially for Steve. So in our current reading of the requirements, are we able to experiment with, let's say, IEP or the unconnected and saying that, a small group, or if their IEP is really one-on-one, that we could do things on site, or is it wholesale we cannot no matter what, because we're talking about school district and on site?
Yeah, we probably both can answer a piece of it. I'm watching emails all day between other districts around the state, and everyone's trying to get answers to these particular types of questions.
Okay.
We're being told we need to be in a distance learning model. And does that mean no one is on the campus?
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't feel I have a lot of clarity around it. I know that Steve has been looking as well in his special ed world. And tomorrow it's one of our topics to sort of share the information we're hearing so far. They're talking about these learning pods and different things, but we just don't have it's been 3 days.
Yeah, right. No, that's okay.
So we're going to talk about it though.
So I mean, the answer to me, I'll just take away is that you're on top of that, which is what I needed to hear. Steve, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, the latest that we've heard thus far is that how they are defining instruction also implies that services fall under that category of how they define instruction under the executive order. So that would prevent us from providing instruction or services on the site at this point in time. However, we are looking at whether or not assessments would be defined under that realm too. Right now, what we're hearing is there might be some flexibility under assessments if there's safety measurements in place. And of course, it would also involve our discussions with the labor unions and also
Right.
taking into account staff safety.
Okay. Thanks for all those answers. And I really have to commend Tricia and the admins and the site reps because the difficulty of trying to piece together what is all possibilities, right, and then present them, knowing that at any moment in time they can change by anybody above you, right, and so that is really. It's an amazing task that you went through. So I'm very pleased with the outcome that we have here, with the ability to evaluate, discuss, and probably vote on to accept the offers, so we can end up looking at whatever the future holds. I feel really confident in our ability to excel. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just had one question, Carl, and maybe I missed it, but I know when we were presenting, clearly we are going with the all distance learning at this point for the schools. I just wondered, if it becomes possible to go to hybrid and some in-person learning, how fast how do you make that decision? How fast can you make the pivot, as we're calling it? And how will you address that? And I know that's a really difficult question, but I have a feeling that might be on people's minds. Trisha, I think you're muted.
Trisha, you're muted still.
Yeah.
I'm pushing the wrong buttons all over the place here. Okay. Yes, that's an excellent question. So for us, and as we talk this through at this point in time, what we would like to do is very similar to schools in our area, and you've been hearing from other school districts. And really, we need to commit to a chunk of time in which we know that we're distance learning, so that people can settle in. And so what we would like to recommend to the board as part of our recommendation this evening is that we check in at the quarter intervals. So the first quarter ends on October 9th. And so I would suggest, and then we have that October break week off, and then we have our board meeting. I would suggest that we look and we come to the board meeting after that quarter ends to have that discussion with the board. And then we make a decision, and then we go ahead and move to that. I think that if we don't, we kind of debated back and forth, do we lock in for a quarter or do we lock in for a semester? And we felt like it was more reasonable to lock in for the quarter and then come back and have that discussion based on the numbers that Todd has been talking about, because that's basically what we'll be considering, all of us together, to see if we're going off of the distance learning. If we go off of distance learning to hybrid, then you're on hybrid for quite a while in the way they have the scenario set up. And we could talk about that more when we get closer to those types of decisions. But we would be suggesting quarterly check-ins with the numbers that exist related to COVID.
So, Annette, you want to finish?
Go ahead.
I have a follow-up because so the current reading of the mandate is trailing 14 days, right? So the aspect of sort of is rolling, and if you have you're looking like you're trending under the 100 per 100,000, you drop off the watch list, and there's obviously the other pieces that fit into that. But so in what you're just saying is that even though we might have 14 days trailing that we're under 100, which of course it's a lot of action has to take, but I'm just saying theoretically, right, getting to that point, that you're saying, 14 days trailing, then we would still wait for the next cycle to hit before we discuss it, which basically means that it's going to obviously by definition be longer than those 14 days before we're looking to drop into a hybrid mode. So if I state that as what I'm hearing now is that there is no chance of coming out of distance learning into hybrid until the following board discussion on a quarterly basis, and then we'd assess the 14 days before the board meeting. Is that correct?
So here's the reality of it is it isn't just the 14-day cycle, right? It's the watch list.
Yeah, right. It's a watch list plus it's the other districts and everything else. Yeah.
Well, and the watch list is big, right? It talks about the hospitalizations. It talks about the homeless community and if they're being able to be housed. There's many variables that the county is looking at to make a watch list call. So the actual 14-day numbers is a piece of the puzzle, and it will work into the watch list piece. But
right. So let me just paraphrase the question is. If we drop off the watch list before the next, before the next board meeting, are we dropping to hybrid or are we waiting until that next cycle hits? Which is my understanding. What you just said, we're waiting till the next cycle.
Well,
hits.
so I've debated back and forth, and we've debated back and forth, and I guess we would be asking for some guidance from the board. In my mind, when we get off the watch list, then we have a board conversation, and we go back in. That doesn't need to be the way it goes. It could be simply the board approves this plan this evening that gives us the leadership, all of these different scenarios, and then we work the problem. But I'm going to look for direction from the board if you want to make the decision or if you want to hand that over as part of the plan. But I would stick with the quarterly check-in to see if we're on the watch list or not. So that gives us time.
Okay, excellent. I can clearly see benefit of having it be scheduled, right? So then you know, hey, we're going to be looking at it at that point in time, because obviously, as I pointed out in the beginning, is that if you're able to focus, then people can drive towards that focus point, and then we're not all of a sudden just changing and trying this pivot back and forth constantly. So I am in favor of that, because then if we see the numbers drop below, we can still then say plan on, let's make sure the numbers are still that low, because if we get into this really tight watching and we're on the watch list and we're off the watch list, then it's going to create so much turmoil in, we brought everybody back. Oh, wait, we didn't. Sorry, all back home. So I think the aspect of taking the precaution is really good.
Okay, tell you what, folks. At this point in time, I think it's important for the community to be able to weigh in. And I'm sure there's a lot of people backed up that would like to say or speak their mind. Due to the results from the last town hall, where we were only able to get about maybe a third of the people that wish to speak on video, this time around, we're going to ask you to limit your question to 1 minute. We won't be able to do a follow-up. The board is not in a position to respond, because our role is to listen, and it's to listen to your concerns. So any redirection to that effect would be to our acting superintendent, Tricia Dulles. And so at this point in time, I'd like to see us go ahead and open up the line of discussion from the community.
Thank you. Carl, I'll be working with Tricia and Rob to stack our speakers. The first one up is Mira Nisa. Mira, I've just checked the allow to talk button, if you would unmute.
Thank you. So again, my name is Mira Nisim. My 3 children are at Tularcitos under Ryan Peterson. I appreciate the chance to talk. I have to cut my comment short. I thought it was 3 minutes. Basically, I really appreciate all that you guys have been doing. It looks like it's just a giant jigsaw trying to figure out how to get us back in school, who wants to go to school, how to do distance, and now Newsom's plan throws a big wrench in the process as well. My concern here for what you're proposing for the distance learning is it looks like you really are expecting the children to be home, online, engaged in screen activities for learning. And I just don't think that's very viable for parents. It really involves the parents having to monitor, especially for elementary, which I have. That's a huge orchestration of Zoom calls. It's not feasible for parents unless they have to be home and not working. So I think that needs to be considered. Thank you.
Next up, it's Bahar. Bahar, I'm going to allow you to talk next. And there you go.
Can you hear me? Thank you. I just wanted to I have a couple questions, follow up on Ryan Peterson's team teaching comment. So does that mean that the curriculum will be the same across the board for all classes within a grade at the elementary level? Also, will there be a framework followed by all the teachers to maintain consistency? And as far as the teachers teaching out of their classrooms, I know that you touched on that, but I believe, in speaking to an MPUSD teacher, that they are going to be teaching out of their classrooms. So I'm just wondering if they're following the same guidelines. I would hope that we would also consider that. And finally, there are some parents that are in the process of forming small pods to allow for safe social connection. Would it be possible for the schools to release class lists earlier than usual to facilitate this? Thank you.
Carl, you're muted, I think.
Carl, you're still unmuted. You haven't unmuted yourself. Carl.
Unmute.
There you go.
Brand.
There you go.
Before we take the next speaker, I know that Tricia Dulles is recording these questions. And at some point, there will be some kind of a process here to get an answer. And she's prepared to tell you what that is. But at this point, the reason we have limited to 1 minute is because we do want to hear from as many possible people as we can. Okay, thank you, Paul.
Next up is Jill Lewis. Jill, you are up.
Hi, yeah, thank you for taking my question. This is Jill Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, putting us in 1 minute and already telling us that it's going to be full distance learning with full days of Zoom. And as you've already heard from Mira, who I don't know, but made an amazing comment. And I love what Todd has been saying, and it's very refreshing to hear like he knows all the science behind this, and he's actually looking out for how we could actually start in the future realistically. I'm really upset that you're giving us 1 minute. Like, we cannot scramble just for the elementary kids. We cannot scramble on Zooms all day. It is not possible. Just like Mira said, I have 3 kids. There is no way that we are going to be on scheduled Zooms and working for 3 different teachers on telling us you need 2 Zooms at this time, 2 Zooms on that time, 2 Zooms at that time, and you have to get all of this work done, because it's going to be us parents that are getting this work done. And I really think you should think again about having parents speak for more than 1 minute before you then go and tell them what you're going to do. Jay Martin is amazing, and Turlacito's principal is amazing. I've just been hearing him on.
And there's that 1 minute cutoff there, Carl.
I see it. Yeah, good points. Again, when we went with the other format, we got an awful lot of criticism about not having it long enough, not getting enough people into the discussion. So what we're trying to do is to hear the concerns.
Next up, we have Andrea Chan. Andrea, you should be able to speak now.
Okay. Thank you for all your hard work in trying to ensure that our kids receive the best educational possible in these challenging times. I think the state guidelines released last week clarify our questions about the criteria when schools can open for in-person learning. But one thing that I found interesting was that the governor had the foresight to allow a waiver to be submitted by the superintendent, which can be granted by the local health officer for elementary schools to open for in-person learning, even if the county is on the state county watch list. I think the challenges with remote learning are amplified in our younger students due to a variety of reasons that we all kind of know. And our governor recognizes these challenges with our younger students. And he also recognizes that in some counties on the watch list, there are certain parts of the counties that actually have very few COVID cases. There has been 9 total positive cases in our zip code since the start of the pandemic. This is in comparison to almost 2,000 cases in Salinas. So with these considerations in mind, I hope Superintendent Dellis.
Sorry, that's a time limit. Next one, we've got Heather. You are up, Heather, and you should be ready to go now.
I'm unmuted now?
Yep.
Okay. I just first and foremost want to express great appreciation and gratitude for all of the work you are all doing. I am one of those parents that is considering a pod model. I have 2 3rd graders at Tularcitos, and am wanting to understand kind of the schedule for the delivery of the curriculum and how we can coordinate with the school. Not necessarily that the school would need to tell us what to do, but how we can coordinate with which classes we set up in our backyards. And also knowing that it's a great privilege to have the flexibility to set up a pod. I'm wanting to ask, you know, in such a diverse district, how we and those with flexibility can support our neighbors who don't necessarily have that.
Carl, check your microphone.
Again, good question. And sorry about the mute. Tricia, you're there. Talk to us a little tiny bit about next steps and how these questions might be resolved.
So again, we are trying to provide as many opportunities for people to weigh in. We've heard the people that are on this call tonight have been on other calls as well as emails and all of that. So I apologize. I know it's really frustrating because there's probably more than 60 people on that want to talk right now, which is why I know that if we stop after everybody talks and we answer, we're not going to get to everybody. But I will do what the board wants me to do, and I will answer what you'd like me to answer. What
I think, Tricia,
we're going to do,
okay. I think that Carl's question, and Carl may want to restate it, but is just explaining that you will be reaching out or answering these questions at a follow-on, maybe town hall or something, because obviously we can't do the back and forth here. I think that was
Okay,
more
so
Carl's
we,
direction.
Exactly.
okay,
Yeah, okay.
sorry. I already spoke to the fact that we're going to have individual town hall meetings next week with sites. So each school site will be having a town hall meeting with their principal and those teachers there to engage on the questions specific to the sites. And they will also, if they want to reach out to their specific principals via email, or if you want people to engage, just let us know how you want to do it. But we are definitely planning on individual town halls next week.
Okay, so it sounds as if the format for parents weighing in tonight is to stand by for the upcoming site meetings and the possible town hall. Do I have that right, Trish?
Yes, unless you want, again, you've got more than 60 people in the queue. I don't know how many people you have on there right now. It's the board's call.
No, I think we have to go ahead and listen. That's what we're here to do. And so I'd rather just hear the concerns at this point. We can't solve them. The board certainly can't at this point. So let's go ahead and see if we can continue with this format and make it work.
Okay, next up, Carl, is William Bands. Will, you should be up now. Yeah, there you go.
Hey everybody, this is Will Bands, teach third grade at Captain Cooper, and tonight I'll speak as a Carmelo parent. I'm truly grateful to have had my child taken care of by such a dedicated staff and a loving environment there at Carmelo. Because of the pandemic, I also feel it's important to advocate for the best health and safety conditions as possible for the students and staff of Carmelo and all the child development programs. I look forward to the Carmelo Town Hall Monday to get more information about their COVID-related safety measures. And I hope CUSD will maximize safety for our youngest children and their Carmelo caregivers. Personally, I very much wish to see engagement of parents and staff to ask what they need in a safe environment and reach out to us to get a unified sense of what parents' expectations and responsibilities are if we're going to make this work this whole school year and keep everyone COVID-free. As a retired Houston school superintendent recently put it, quote, "The single most important thing we can do to keep our schools safe has nothing to do with what happens at school. It's how we control COVID in the community." Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
And next up, we have Jen Cosmos. Hope that's right. Here you go, Jen, if you unmute.
Okay, hi. As a representative from mental health, I'm wondering about the continuation of the district's wellness committee that we had for both academic and non-academic issues and regarding issues of motivation, isolation, and enrichment. What can we all employ? Can we diversify? Can we add additional therapeutic services? I just would like to continue that wonderful committee because I thought that we had a really robust team going and I would love to see more of that. Thanks.
So noted. Very good point.
Okay, next up we have Tamara Mitchie. Sorry, Tamara, here you go.
Thank you for taking my call. I have two comments. My first comment is that I'd like to request to the board that they stay fluid when it comes to the time where we may move from a remote learning into a hybrid. I'd like to ask that we look at the window of our opportunity when we have it and not wait until the quarter ends, so that we can try to adopt what we need to at that point. From my understanding, we then shift to a different model. We are not in the watch list for going in and out of classrooms, but we move to what is going on in our school and our district. My second question is that I'd like to just confirm what is going on at the high school. Do we, in the remote learning, have classes twice a week in the AB schedule? So is there an on day, an off day, an on day, and an off day? And we are still not sure what's going to happen with the Friday. Thank you so much.
I think that question will be answered at the Zoom town hall from Principal Lyons coming up very soon. Next
Okay,
question.
and next up will be Tina. There you go, Tina.
Thanks.
Wanted to compliment all of the hard work and positive energy that I saw at last or heard about at last week's town hall meeting. I'm very impressed with how the school district is dealing with all of this near impossible task. My urging is this. In our family, we have two parents who work and a child at River and a child at Middle. I am hopeful that we can figure out that someone in the technology department can figure out a way to make the daily remote learning asynchronous, so a parent can come home at 5 and help the child with the day's work versus, calamity at home. I think I'm using the right word, asynchronic, but I think that modification is going to have to be in this remote plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was my concern at the onset. Paul?
Next, we have Krista. Krista, you are up. Check your mute, Krista.
Thank you. I wanted to quickly make 2 comments. First, I wanted to second what the previous caller, Tamara, had said, and just ask that the board maintain the authority to bring us back to a hybrid situation if and when we move off the county watch list. I don't think that we should wait till October if that happens sooner, and I would like the board to maintain that authority and not delegate it to the administration to make that decision. Secondly, even though we are currently in a distance learning situation, I would ask that the district keep its campuses open and allow the parents and the families to use the fields, different tennis courts and outdoor facilities so that we can continue our own physical education pursuit. And second, I would ask that the district finds a way to open the libraries and figures out some sort of safe system so that students can continue to use the resources in the library and continue to get books on a regular basis. Thank you for your time.
Carl, you are muted.
Sorry. Good points, Krista. They are so noted. Paul?
Next up, initials VN. There you go.
Yes, can you hear me okay? This is Vibeke Norgard.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask whether CUSD has applied for the waiver that one of the parents brought up earlier, which would allow for elementary school students to go back in class. Second of all, I want to just say that this whole presentation is presented as a done deal. And just to remind the board that you are the decision makers here. I so appreciate Todd asking questions, delving down into what has been presented. And also just to remind the board that you can continue this decision if your questions are not being answered. I noticed the interim did not have answers for some of Todd's questions. And also just remind parents, usually you can give your time to others if somebody has a longer.
And that's the time. Carl, your mic. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say, the issue of the waiver is something that we will be discussing as we complete this agenda item, because the board does have to approve a presentation by the district administration to the board about this current operating plan. So that's a question that will be raised. Paul?
Thanks. Next, and looks like last on this topic. If we're wrong, please use your hand icon to let us know that you'd like to speak. This is Josie Brown. Josie, you are up next.
Hi.
We can hear you. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Hey, last year I had a child in all 3 schools, Tular, CMS, and CHS, and speaking as a parent of kids of all 3 ages, I would like to agree that CUSD tries its best to open elementary schools as soon as possible. And if it is possible to open a district even while being on the watch list, then hopefully the superintendent will take the necessary steps considering our low numbers. My upper class children didn't struggle the way my elementary school student did. And I can't imagine having more than one elementary student at home to work with. And I feel for those parents. I also agree with moving back to a hybrid schedule as soon as possible, once our county is removed from the watch list, and not a hard and fast October date. Thank you.
And the next up will be Sarah. Sarah, you should be able to speak now. Looks like you're still muted, Sarah. Sarah, check your mute button. It looks like we lost Sarah. Let me just double check. And that does look like the last person to comment.
Actually,
Yeah.
Paul, I think we have one more that just came in late. His name is Reza.
I'm not seeing anyone's hand
It's under
raised.
Bahar. It is. It's under Bahar, but it's for her husband Reza, is what she just put in the chat.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not keeping up with that chat very well.
That's okay. It just came in. I haven't
All
got
right,
it.
so Bahar's hand is raised, and there you go. Go ahead, it's your turn.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I just want to make note that we're in a particular county here where the agriculture workers come and go. And in the winter, when they mostly will go back to Yuma, I'm hopeful that our numbers will go down and we may be able to get off the watch list. So I also echo the comments that I think we need to be fluid and be ready to go hybrid, because I feel like our numbers could really substantially improve based upon the outflux of the ag workers. Thanks.
Thank you. Carl, I'm seeing no more hands raised for this topic. We do have people in line, 4 people for the mascot topic when that one comes up on the agenda. And you are muted, Carl.
There we go. So that's the sum total for this particular topic.
Yes, at this point.
I must admit, I am very surprised. I thought there would have been an awful lot of people in line to ask questions. So I think at this point, if there are no further questions from the community, the board should have the discussion, and the acting superintendent should be making a presentation as to our next steps. Tricia?
I'll go ahead and jump in here then. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so next steps, obviously, to get people information is what we explained before, that we're having the individual town hall meetings at the sites next week so that people can get all of their questions answered and engage again on the topic and share their concerns with their site administrators. I'm hearing some themes from the issues that were raised tonight regarding the synchronous and asynchronous teaching. And I think that that's well noted, and we'll talk about that tomorrow. And I know that Blaze and Colin probably have some things that they could share as we move forward on that topic. I know they're looking at those in depth. The other issue that I heard brought up is the question of whether or not the district will be going forward with a waiver process. And the waiver process is would need to be in consultation and conjunction with our labor unions and parents. And, you know, it's a larger process than just putting it in, and it needs to be signed off by the county health office, is my understanding. I am not inclined to do a waiver process at this point in time unless I'm directed to do that by the board. And my reason for that is that we are on the watch list. I understand that Carmel and the specific zip codes have, or not zip codes, but zip codes have different numbers. But like we've talked about before, when we start bringing students and staff back into the buildings, there's most likely going to be exposure and outbreak. And so at this point in time, I would not be applying for a waiver for the district.
I'm glad you answered that question, because we have had several asking, and I can understand the need, but I can also understand the risks behind it. The other one that seemed to come up quite frequently was the hard and fast date for moving from distance learning to a possible hybrid delivery system for the education. What's your thinking on that? If the data were to change, Tricia, favorably, any thoughts on that?
Again, we were considering as a leadership team possibly going with a semester. So, but we realized that wouldn't be what, most families want to hear at this point in time. Although we did hear from Dr. Moreno, alluding to the fact that to get off the watch list would take a while to happen. So it'll be interesting as we go forward. Again, I know that there are going to be people out there who are frustrated with us because this is just a frustrating situation. And we're trying to do what's best for our staff, our teachers, our students, and our families. And safety and health and those issues are what we have to look at first and foremost. I know it's probably easier for some people to think, okay, if I were in that seat, I would do this. But believe me, when you're actually in the seat, and the board, I know, is feeling the pressure as well. It's what we also are grappling with on a daily basis. How do we make the best decisions for our community? And they're not easy decisions to make for anyone. So I would just, I know it's tough for the board tonight, and I'm hoping that we've given you enough information that answers your questions, that we have a well thought out, 4-tiered plan that we can move to. And we'll answer any other questions from the board that you might need to make your decision. And then I'll make a recommendation when you're ready for that.
I think the other piece of this is a schedule for the school site specific town hall meetings, because a lot of the questions were specific to high school perhaps, or middle elementary. Will that schedule be released in terms of parents' ability to access their own school site fairly soon? And will it be done in such a way where if they have kids in multiple settings, there would be no conflicts for them to participate?
Definitely. We're meeting tomorrow, like I said, and I will push the group to try to make a decision on dates for next week. We were waiting, we've sort of been waiting in this holding pattern of, how we're going forward. Now that, if we get an approval from the board tonight, we know we're in distance learning, we know we're going forward. We will try to provide that as soon as possible so that we can get everyone's questions answered.
I think the board would like to see that schedule of events coming up as soon as we possibly can, so the parents can make plans about where they're going and how they're going to do it. School board, what questions or thoughts do you have after listening to the public?
Well, I'll go in there. I do think one of the questions I had asked about, are we able to experiment, with IEPs or with the unconnected, right? So in sort of hearing, there might be something we can end up tying in together with the waiver process. So I would like to hear more at some point, and Tricia, we could just be a follow-up, or and then depending upon that, ask for a future agenda item around it. But I think that there's at least the aspect of evaluating if there's options to move, and what we can do, because obviously when we're talking about these, potentially small pods or IEPs that have some of them by definition small pods, and then we're going to be talking about daycare for the staff, et cetera, that there may be some balance in there that we can end up striking. So I would like to have the administration look deeper into that, and then report back, or I'll work towards it on a future agenda item.
Perfect. We can do that.
Other board members, thoughts?
I'll highlight one other piece that I thought was a really good idea, was the library opening per site, right? So the ability to even have our inventory of books available, and then someone can just say, these are the books I'd like to swing by and pick up. And then we could put them in a, so they don't have to actually come on site, but at least, offer up that resource. I thought that was a really good idea. And so I'd like to have Tricia, you looking into what that could look like. Anyway.
Yes, that's the intent, is to keep the library books going out.
Well, excellent. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're at a point now, Tricia, where, are you looking for a recommendation or a vote on the plan moving forward?
I will make a recommendation to go for the board to go forward if the board is ready for that.
I'll make a motion to approve the reopening plan for 2020-21 school year as presented.
Second.
We have a second.
Second.
Tricia, did you have any additional details or comments that you wanted to preface that with?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was going to make a recommendation. So
yes,
we're recommending that the board approve the Carmel Unified Plans for the 2021 school year, which include 4 scenarios that we can use to pivot depending on COVID-19 and how it is manifesting in our county and whether or not we're on the watch list. This recommendation recognizes that we will start the 2021 school year in distance learning, and we will reassess the COVID numbers at the quarter.
I'll make the same motion to approve the reopening plan for the 2020-2021 school year as presented.
I will second that.
Any further discussion by the board or input?
I just want to say that I appreciate everyone, the parents and others who weighed in on this, but I also appreciate the position that the district is in making a decision or helping to make a recommendation on this, on whether, to have the quarter be a good review point. I think it was something that people really had questions about. And for me, I think having some stability in a particular area is really important. So I appreciate that, although it's difficult to make that recommendation, I think it is a wise one, because of it's just so difficult to go back and forth. And I think what we want to do is get really good at we've been working towards making sure we have professional learning to deal with all of the different models that we had, but particularly dealing with the distance learning part of it, because we thought that that would be something that we would have to do for some of our students no matter what. And so I appreciate the thought and care that went into that for the sake of our students and our families. And I appreciate the parents who had a different point of view, but I think, I appreciate what I think we should go forward with the vote, but I just wanted to say thank you for making that recommendation.
Can I piggyback on that one piece? And I think that it's probably helpful for the parents who had concerns about it, is by approving, which I assume we're about to take the vote, then by taking that vote, the words to stop, if the numbers just fall off the face of the earth and we're just like, then we can obviously change that, right? We can schedule a special board meeting and say, hey, let's evaluate it. But I think right now, the stability is the key for me. So I hopefully that at least addresses one bit for the people who've been listening about that topic.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Todd. And I would like to add, Carl, if you don't mind, if I can say something. I would like to add that the teachers have been working so hard on the distance learning platform
and the hybrid model as well. But the ability to go in and set up their classroom and set up their programs for these kids. And then if the numbers go down and in 2 weeks, we're going to ask them to, oh, you're not doing that anymore. You're going to start doing the hybrid model. That can possibly change in another 2 weeks. I agree with you, Todd and Annette. I feel that they should be given a chance to really perform in the distance learning model and do it really, really well. And let's see how that goes. I also want to add that I know the numbers show the majority of cases are happening in Salinas, but what people might not know is some of the people that are testing COVID positive might be working at a different place in Carmel or in Carmel Valley, but because of where they're from, it shows that they are a Salinas zip code. So I just want to make that clear because there are some places in Carmel and Carmel Valley that have tested COVID positive cases, but the employee who works there does not live in that zip code. So that's a concern. And I just wanted to add that a lot of our teachers and their students who will be coming in to daycare and a teaching program at Carmelo live in Salinas. So I just want to make sure we're protecting them as well.
Yeah, let me follow that a little bit. I think one thing we've learned is that the district has to be fluid, and we've proven that partly by choice and partly by command. So, I think we're capable of analyzing data and moving forward based on what we see. I think Tessa's point's really good. The issue of the waiver for elementary programs or any programs, so many of our parents work out of the Carmel area zip codes. They are working in some high impact zip codes, and they're coming back to this area. I think given that, it's very difficult for the board to say, let's give this a shot and then have it not turn out in a very positive way. I think it's pretty scary. Now, will that be available for us in a month or maybe even 8 weeks from now? It might be a viable option as the data changes. I think today it's important that we go with today's data and realize that even though Carmel and Carmel Valley and Big Sur, Pebble Beach are a bubble, the parent community often is not working in this community, and they are subject to whatever's happening peninsula-wide. So I think it's a tough one. We all want our kids back, and we're going to do everything we can. And I think the board has been very honest about wanting to do not just the safest thing, but with a constant goal of making life work for families at home that are at risk for one reason or the other, and for staff safety and all of that. So we're doing the best we can with the folks. And I think that the 1 quarter as a benchmark for looking at all of this first quarter of school, you have to have some kind of a benchmark to start. And in this climate, that's a reasonable benchmark. It will change. And when it changes, we will hear it. Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, people, for weighing in. Had I known that the list was that short, we certainly would have expanded the time for speakers. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next agenda item. And that would be update on the request for the mascot change at Carmel High School. And I'm going to go ahead and kind of take the lead on that particular issue. And I'm going to start out by saying we have enough information on both sides of that issue to last us for quite a long time. Both those that say it's traditional, those that say it's inappropriate. So tonight's discussion really is not for the board to accept any more commentary about the pros and cons of this, but to explain a little bit more about the process that we are going to use to deal with it. And to begin with, the fact that it's on a board agenda is a great start. This has come up before, but it has never reached a school board agenda level. It has now. So we need to know that. Number two, in looking at the issue, we have found that our board policy that has to do with naming really does not include school mascots. And my own research at looking at other school districts, they do have language that speaks specifically to the board approving a new mascot, a change in a mascot. We don't have it. So we're going to have to amend that board policy to include it, which we will do. So that's something that needs to be done. The second thing that needs to be done is school needs to be in session. And we're not. I think hosting this entire discussion probably should happen at Carmel High School. And to do that, we need the principal, John Lyons, and I've spoken to the ASB director, Aubrey Powers. And they're most interested in moving this thing forward. The other thing too that you need to know is that whatever committee we establish will be fully representative. I got a very nice email tonight from Noel Mozov, who's been at the front of this. And yes, we would include Indigenous representatives on that committee. Of course we would. You know what I mean? So the position of the board is not to sort this out tonight. It's to establish a committee that will do the homework to sort it out and make a recommendation to the school board. So having said that, I imagine there are some out there that would like to speak. So Paul?
Okay, Carl, some of the people put their hand down, and so we've got to re-invite them back into the group. So if you are, let's see here. Yeah, if you're attending, I showed John Anzini should be first, but I'm not seeing the hand. So there we go. There we go. John, here you are.
How long is the list?
The list right now is 4 people.
Well, then let's change the time limit.
Okay.
Let's put it back to what would be reasonably expected, which is 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm just going to speak to that, Carl, because I heard earlier the number was higher in the holding pattern there. So I don't know if both groups were combined, but that's what's difficult with trying to figure out who's who on these talking calls. So
yeah, as we get better, we can probably give more direction to the people about when it's the appropriate time for the raise their hand. It's very confusing between, you know, closed session, open forum, and then per topic. So there's more that we can probably do to help our attendees with that. But there were a lot more. Some of them dropped out and some of them wanted to be speaking about the mascot. And so they were lumped into a group that we thought was bigger at the time.
Well,
thanks, Paul.
It's very, unfortunately, it's very important for me as a board president to know just how many people are in that queue. You know what I mean? If I thought there was 9 parents that wanted to speak about an opening, it would not have been a 1-minute presentation. So I think, what do you have in line for this particular topic?
Right now, we've got John Mancini, Anzini, and his mic is ready to go.
All right, let's go.
All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Can you hear me?
Good evening.
Nice to see you. And I'm an alumni, graduated from Carmel High School in 1966. When I went to the middle school, first graduating class there, it was the student body that voted on what our mascot or would be. And I think that that's a pretty good way to go. It kind of eliminates the Board of Trustees from really choosing favorites or anything like that. And that was why in my letter, I suggested that we form a consensus by contacting all the alumni that we could possibly contact so that we could actually do some kind of a democratic vote on this thing instead of just having a small number of petitioners be able to dictate the outcome of the mascot. And so, and the last point I would like to make in my commentary is that Monday morning quarterbacking and using racism and using bigotry and all those type of words. We all have discriminated in our lives. If you pick a burgundy car over a teal car, you're guilty of discrimination. Whether that's good, bad, or indifferent, that's up to somebody else to make that decision. But Father Sarah is not here. It was a different time, a different era when he was there. And so that's why I think if the alumni vote on it and the Board of Trustees doesn't make a ruling on it, that would be more acceptable to whatever outcome comes from this. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, that's kind of a deviation from where we're going. We're really just talking about the process. Let me talk to you about the difficulties involved. The mascot is almost 80 years old. The mission is a national preserved monument. The city of Carmel has an intertwined history with its sister city, Palma de Mallorca, where Cyril was born and he died in Carmel. So you have 79, almost 80 years of generations of people that have gone to Carmel High School with that mascot. It's not a simple thing. And also the fact that the Carmel Mission is the epicenter of the Carmel Mission trails. So the arguments are excellent. The letters I've received are excellent on both sides. There is a lot of interest in this. And so I don't think it's something that we can take lightly. I think we do have to have a representative committee. And I think that students need to be involved for sure. And we will get there. We will do it. And the board is not in a position to say yay or nay. The board is looking for a representative body to vet this and come back to us and say, we've collected a lot of information and a lot of data. And after hearing all of it, this is what we suggest you do. Next speaker.
Okay, I'm going to give Michael Graves a chance to talk. I'm not sure if Michael is still wishing to speak.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
There
right
you
now.
go. Okay, you're
And
up.
I would like to thank you guys for the opportunity of letting me speak. I'm actually a student at Carmel High School, and it's going to be my senior year next year. And I was also part of the basketball team too. And as you heard, we won our championship, but we won it as the Carmel High Padres. I really think that changing a name based off a few people, we shouldn't be considering changing the name based off a few other people. We don't feel comfortable with it. If they really have a problem with it, they should just switch schools if it's that concerning to them. And also think too, if we were thinking about changing the name, I think it should be kind of a vote on like not only the students, but other members. But I really don't think we should be changing the name based off of a petition that was made signed by more than 1,000 people, for which they are not even here right now. If it was that serious about changing the name, shouldn't they be here? I mean, isn't the max number of people here could be 500? Why is there only 3 of us talking about changing the mascot? So right now, that's just my opinion based off of it. As a Carmel High student, that's just my opinion based off of it.
Thank you, Michael. It's always good to hear from a student that's currently at the high school. In all fairness, it is a sizable petition that goes beyond 1,000. That's more like 2,000. And we don't know exactly who has signed it, but I think it is a very viable issue. And it is one that the board is going to have to deal with. So it'll be interesting to see what the ASB at Carmel High School has to say about this issue as a student body in today's world. So what I'm trying to do right now is find the best possible process for us to deal with this. And as I mentioned to the board earlier, Cabrillo College, Hartnell College, other schools in California are looking at this same issue and trying to figure out the best process to move forward. You know, we're going to do the best we can with it. And we're going to get the most representative possible group together. Anyone else wishing to speak to the process?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, we've got Evan. You are up next. And there you go.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Evan LaValle, an alumni and also the daughter of Wally and Mary Kay LaValle, both who taught in the district for decades. I have always been aware that the mascot at Carmel High School excludes females, as I never felt comfortable cheering Go Padres when I played sports at Carmel High School. With age and education, I've come to realize that the Padre mascot excludes a large portion of students from religious and non-religious backgrounds, as well as represents an era known for genocide, rape, and enslavement of local indigenous people of California. This can no longer be ignored. For past alumni, this will not change their mascot, which has caused great concern for those attached to holding on to calling themselves a Padre. Their yearbooks will not be erased, nor are we erasing history by raising awareness. Would it be selfish of alumni clinging to their mascot to overlook the opportunity for current students to gain a mascot that is inclusive and celebratory, rather than divisive and intolerant? I would like to know why school needs to be in session in order to get the advisory committee started. Thank you, and admire all of you during these challenging times.
Okay, Evan, to answer your question, and thank you. The reason school needs to be in session is because we need the high school to participate. And they need to participate in that selection process of the people that will be discussing this, as well as, you know, those that are interested on both sides of the issue. And I think that to leave them out, which we'd be doing right now, if we were to move forward, would be a mistake. It's their high school now, and they need to be the format. They may not be the entire decision-making body, but they certainly need to be included, and they are not in session. Anyone else, Paul?
Yes, looks like we have two more. And next up is Caitlin Thompson. Caitlin, I've just set your talk button. There you go.
Great. Hi, I'm Caitlin Thompson. I'm a Carmel High alumna, and I'm also a local journalist. Carl Palestrini has been really helpful in helping me to understand this process, but I do have a few questions. First off, how will the committee be chosen? And kind of similarly, how will the board ensure that alumni are aware of the issue and, you know, aware of the conversation? And then final question, what is the timeline to create this committee? Is there any sort of, I understand completely that the school board and the school district in general needs to deal with how to get students back in the classroom first, but would love some clarity on when this issue might come up and when this committee might be formed.
First, the timeline for the board policy change is in the domain of the superintendent's office. We have a subcommittee that deals with board policy, and that she will tell us when that step will be taken. The composition of the committee, that's a tricky question. I'm making calls to other schools and to community colleges saying, how are you dealing with this? So I think it's a big question, Caitlin. And the best answer is it's not going to take precedent over opening schools and the concerns that parents have about the environment they're living in and the kinds of programs that we're going to be distance learning. So we're going to get there. You know, the Padres been there for 80 years. A month or so is not going to make that much difference. Let's get the kids back. Let's get the principal involved. And let's start looking at models that work for dealing with this kind of an issue. Any others?
Carl, yeah, it looks like the last one up will be Ryan Smith. And Ryan, you are now able to speak.
Hi, this is actually Noelle Mozoff Smith, but my audio wasn't working, so I'm using my husband's computer. First off, I wanted to thank Michael, the current student, for coming out to speak. Even though we disagree in opinion, I find it very brave for a high school student to attend a rather long board meeting. So thank you, Michael. I hope a lot of your classmates are interested in discussing the mascot too. That's what this is all about. Also, I'd like to thank Mr. Powell for being very fast with his responses and for being receptive so far with this. I know as a high school teacher myself that there's a lot going on right now, and it's a lot of sleepless nights. So the fact that you're making time for this shows that you're valuing what your alumni have to say. I already sent this email to the board, but I'll read it just for people that may be watching. So first of all, thank you for taking the time during this stressful, very stressful time. As one of the
Noel?
creators of the
I'm gonna have,
petition.
Noel,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you.
Oh, sure, sure.
We have your email. And if we start letting anybody read the emails that we've already received, we could be here forever. So
Well, I still have 1 minute and 44 seconds, right?
you do, but it has to be about the process, as I indicated.
Oh, it is. It is. It's about the
it's just-
committee.
Oh, if it's about the committee, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right. As one of the creators, I'm pleased that a committee to review the mascot changes in the works. It's been very exciting to see interest in the change and the involvement from the community. As the committee is formed, I urge the board to provide transparency with their selection process and timeline. Even more importantly, I ask the board to include legally established representatives of the local Indigenous people. As Mr. Palestrini said, he would be interested in that. Maya West, who's CEO of the Healing and Reconciliation Institute and a Carmel community member, has a strong relationship with the established leaders of the local tribes whose land our city rests on. She's more than willing to connect the local Indigenous peoples with the school board. The Esalen tribe is committed to getting the mascot changed and are open to being part of the committee. It is of the highest importance that these members of our community, as well as members representing different religious backgrounds, races, and beliefs, be represented on the committee. As the school board, can you ensure that this will be the case? Also, of course, we want current students to be on the committee. Like, that is almost more important than anything else. This is going to be their mascot, not ours. So I just wanted to add that in. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Noel.
And as far as I can see, Carl, that is the last of the comments.
Okay, school board, your turn. Any thoughts on the mascot? As you know, we've received quite a bit of email regarding this issue.
Carl, I just want to commend you on having a measured approach to addressing this. It's the ability to have a process, work through that process, making sure that we're doing the right things in the right way is something that is extremely commendable, and why highlighting a reason I look up to you.
Thank you, Todd. It has not been easy.
Carl, I'd like to thank you for all of your thoughtful responses to everybody who has emailed the board. And I would like everybody who emailed the board to know that although we all may not have personally responded to you, Carl has, and we are definitely hearing you, and we appreciate all sides of this very important topic. And then I would also really like to thank Tess for doing her due diligence as part of the committee on the policy committee, for realizing and acknowledging that we need to do some policy updates around this. I think that was a really important discovery and an exercise that probably should have happened some time ago, but I'm thankful that you found that information, Tess, and that we're going to go through that process, and also the committee process that Carl has outlined. So all in all, I would just like to thank the whole team around this effort, because I think it is an important discussion to be had.
Others on the board that wish to address the
Thank
issue?
you, Sarah. I'd like to add something there too. I think it's really important to point the public to the policy once we have had a chance to review it and have our system in place. And that is happening right now. So just know that. And we are hearing from you, and you're among the hundreds of letters we've been receiving. And Carl, I really appreciate your careful and very well-spoken responses to these requests. But I think it's important to we need to not dial down on that policy to make it crystal clear what the next steps are. And that is what we are doing. So thank you.
And Tess, I think I heard Carl say that we're taking from the CSBA's boilerplate template on the subject, or is it from other districts?
No, it's not from CSBA. It's actually from another school district, and Trisha Zarevich helped track that one down. So thank you as well, Trisha. Okay. And it is basically speaking to the process of how to change a school mascot and a form that encompasses all of the things that we need to request from whoever's wanting to make that change.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tess.
Okay, others?
No, just thank you for all of your work, all of you. And yeah, I don't even think CSBA had a policy on this. And that's why we had to look elsewhere, which I really appreciate Tess doing. And then looking forward to the process, because I think that that's what we are all trying to get to, is an appropriate way to examine this issue. Thank you.
True. CSBA does not have a policy, but they do reference where you would go. And CSBA, by the way, is California School Boards Association. So anyway, folks, we're doing the best we can with it. It's a tough issue in terms of equity and fairness and exposure, but we will get there. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move to the next agenda item, which is item C, which is a verbal summary of the financial terms of the Chief Human Resources Officer. And we have replaced Trisha's dual role. As you know, Trisha Dellis has been doing both jobs, human resources and acting superintendent, which is pretty miraculous, actually. And has also declined any remuneration for that effort, which is also extremely unusual because it's an awful lot of work for one person in each one of those roles. So what we do have is a contract and a potential hire. Let me read you the conditions. The verbal summary for the financial terms of the Chief Human Resources Officer. And they are salary, cost, and placement for the 2020-2021 school year is $192,630. That's $192,630, placed at step 9 of the administrative salary schedule. Chief Human Resources Officer. Additional costs include district health and welfare benefits, which are the same as provided to certificated management employees, statutory benefits as defined by state law, and STIRS, STRS, a Master's in Arts stipend of $2,000, and with prior approval of the superintendent of schools, up to 5 days on per diem basis, worked in excess of the defined school year. So to approve this, we would need a motion from the board, or comments first and then a motion.
It is the actual item that we're approving the next item, is that right?
It's item C, Human Resources Officer Employment Agreement.
Yeah, I think maybe C was the reading, the verbal, and D is the approval. And I would, if we're moving on to D, I would love to move the approval of the employment agreement and appointment of the new Chief Human Resources Officer, but also would ask that he's been sitting in and listening to our meeting. I'd love to hear a little from him if you would allow that, Carl.
Do you want that first or do you want that after the approval?
I'll second it and then he can speak.
Yeah,
I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah.
But I think I want a point of order, Carl, because I want to just clarify. C is just a verbal reading of what is
Correct.
stated. There's no action needed, correct?
No, it's
Right.
D, and that's
Okay,
right.
great.
I
Excellent.
thought
Thank you.
it as the actual motion and approval. I think it's best to go ahead with the motion. We had a motion. Did we get a second?
We did. I second.
Let's do that. And then we will invite Craig Chavez to introduce himself. So this is probably a roll call vote. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Ustek,
Sorry. Yes.
and Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Congrats, Craig.
So moved. Congratulations, Craig. Tricia, Dallas, do you have Craig available for us? Yeah.
Yes, he should be coming in to speak with you, and we're excited to have him. Craig Chavez from North County, or North Monterey County Unified.
Good evening, everybody.
Welcome.
I've been joining a number of the meetings prior to this, so it's enjoyable to watch the process. So First, I want to thank all of the board members and also Mrs. Dellis for the vote of confidence and the opportunity to serve as the Chief Human Resources Officer for Carmel Unified School District. I look forward to working with our district staff and our administration, our certificated and our classified staff members, building the relationship with both of our representative groups with Mr. Schreier and Mr. Libby. And I do want to, just for a moment, because I know that they're on the line watching this meeting as well. I have a number of individuals who you have a few extra visitors on your meeting this evening. But I do want to thank my family, specifically my wife, Sarah, and my two children, Brooklyn and Cole, for being patient with me through this process. This is not necessarily the time you would think that you would be making a change or a transition in terms of employment. It's definitely an extraordinary time, and I look forward to being able to bring in my skill set to help the team out and to assist you, the board, and to help assist the superintendent in terms of moving things forward over the course of this next year. So I look forward to working with all of you.
Well, very nice, and very nice to meet you, even on Zoom.
Yes.
Tricia, would you like to add anything to this, or?
No, we're just really excited for Craig to get to our place. He's wrapping up his contract with his prior district and will be starting with us after August 7th. But he has been over in the building, meeting with the HR team and meeting with others. So he's giving us some time. So that's what he's talking about. He's kind of being pulled in two different directions. His prior superintendent does not want to let him go, and we want him to come quicker. So we are just trying to be patient, but he has a lot of HR experience and will be able to hit the ground running in this COVID environment. So we're looking forward to it.
Buckle up with a 5-point harness there, Craig.
Yeah, welcome.
Well said. Okay, thank you, Craig. Thanks, Tricia, and looking forward to meeting you on a more personal basis and having a discussion. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to our final item, which is item E, and that is a verbal summary of the financial terms of the interim superintendent employment agreement that would be moving Tricia Dellis from an acting superintendent to an interim superintendent, and it reads as follows. Approval of contract with Tricia Dellis to be district interim superintendent beginning on July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2021. This contract provides for an annual salary of $245,000 based on a 225-day work year. In addition, the superintendent will receive the following fringe benefits: district health and welfare benefits, same as provided to certificated managed employees, district paid AXA professional dues in the amount of approximately $2,295 a year, to be finalized by AXA based on their latest fee structure, and membership as approved by the Board of Education as part of the annual budget adoption. Any questions or comments before we move to the vote? Hearing none.
I would love to make a motion to approve the corrected contract, and it's one of my favorite motions I've ever made. So Tricia, thank you for taking this on. I see you as being a fabulous captain of this ship, and I'm just happy to row with you and to support you.
Thank you. I'm blessed to be here. I've said it before. Awesome place to be. It's just a weird time to be here.
And I second that. I second everything that Tess said and more, and want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, Tricia, for all of the hard work that has gone into the last couple weeks. You've been amazing. And I thank you for everything that you've done so far. And I think it'll get even better because it has to, right?
So Sarah, you seconded everything Tess said.
Oh, and the corrected contract.
Oh, okay. So you're seconding the motion as well.
Yes.
Okay. Todd, anything you want to add? Annette?
If there's a third, I would just say I'd like to third it. But yeah, I am obviously very pleased, Tricia, every conversation we've had, the overall support that you're providing, the communication that you're able to actually handle with both roles has been amazing. And so I really look forward to supporting you and your efforts.
I'll just add that I just think you've done a wonderful job. And I think that the person-to-person approach that you have on being the leader of our district has been really great. Thank you so much.
And I will say this, Tricia, you are the perfect fit for what we are doing and what we're trying to get done. You really are. You have the kind of people skills that are necessary to work and make a district like this function at a high level. It's a tricky place to be, as you are finding out. But I think your skill set and what you've proven to date and the altruistic approach you have to dealing with all of these issues is pretty remarkable. So having said that, we have a motion and a second. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eustek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
So moved. Congratulations, Tricia. Okay. At this point, we're going to go ahead and move. Looks like G has been removed. The item's been pulled, and it was a request for the new course approval. We're going to move to H at this point. Titan School Solutions Software for Food Services Department, Yvonne Perez.
And Yvonne, are you there, Yvonne? Oh, good.
Yes, I am. I'm having internet connections. I've been in and out all day, all night long. I'm requesting approval to purchase Titan School Solutions software for our food service department. We believe that it will help us gain much needed efficiency in that department, so I'm requesting approval.
Any questions from the board?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Tricia?
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eustek,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Item
you.
I, authority to purchase Chromebooks for TK-second grade students. Paul Bean.
Hey, well, we have received a big order of Chromebooks, which is our normal Chromebooks for the incoming 5th graders and 9th graders. But as it became more clear that we were going to go all distance, the reality is that for TK through 2, who in a hybrid model might have been just not having to do as much of anything online, that's changing. So we are needing, I need a kind of broad authority because Chromebooks are really hard to find right now. There are other districts in our neighborhood that are getting, back orders of October or later. Todd even helped me introduce to Mike Vitello, was that his name?
Vitiello.
Vitiello, district parent, to try to help with that situation. I do have a lead on one set of contracts through a company, or I should say set of Chromebooks through a company called Second Gear under a contract that we could piggyback off of. It's called the TIPS contract. So I want to let you know that that is the most likely scenario, that they have these in stock, or at least enough of them that we would reasonably be able to start the school year. So my proposal, though, is to ask for you to authorize us to spend up to $160,000 for up to 500 Chromebook computers, and that we would then find the best possible both pricing and availability so that we can purchase now. As a matter of fact, I do have a purchase ready to roll tomorrow morning if you agree tonight, but we would bring back the details to you in the following board meeting, the 12th of August.
Thanks, Paul.
So Paul, this is in the budget? Is that right?
Yes, thanks for asking that question. Yeah, we normally put this year, actually, you authorized $200,000, and we buy in the spring for the following year so that we can spend the summer setting them up and to avoid this type of back order situation. We've been burned at least once before where the Chromebooks didn't arrive till after the first week of school. So we do like to buy them the year before that we have to, set them up. So this money, and by the way, the computers we'll buy with it will then be rolled into next year's group of 5th graders or 9th graders and our TK2 classrooms, because we also need to upgrade the computers in the classroom. So they will go to another home next year, assuming that we're not in a distance learning model next year.
Yeah, fair enough. Other questions?
Oh, I don't have a question. I just would like to thank Paul for the background and the information regarding the purchases of those Chromebooks. It was really helpful. So thank you for that. And if there aren't any more questions, I'll make a motion to approve the authority to purchase the Chromebooks for our students.
Second.
No other questions? Okay, thank you too, Paul. Go ahead, Tricia.
Board President Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastak,
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you, Paul. Let's move forward with item K. That's the bus purchase piggyback.
Point of order there, Carl, we're on J.
Did I miss J? Oh, I did. I'm not having the best night here, folks. Zoom contract, video conferencing, which is also Paul being. I wonder who was looking at me.
So you may remember that this was in our budget discussions a couple of times. The pricing is actually a little bit lower than what we predicted. I think we said 18 to 20 and it's 17. This is going to be our single platform for video conferencing. I highly recommend that you approve this.
Can I just ask a quick question, Paul?
Sure.
Since we've gone into this frenzy of distance learning and overuse of Zoom, can you attest to the fact that Zoom has made a ton of upgrades and improvements in their platforms and how they operate?
Yeah, and we have examined Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams closely. We think that, and they're all decent products. This is the best match of features, and particularly for classroom settings. We know districts that are using Google Meet, and they wish they had, the money to get Zoom from what they've explained, because of some of the features that really work for teachers in terms of some of the breakout rooms and just the quality and things like that. So I don't think any piece of software is perfect. And, in my business, what I'm used to is technology glitches. So, and, I'm not going to say you don't see that, but I do feel like this is the right product for the job.
Thank you. So I guess I'll make a motion to approve the outside vendor contract. Oh, no, that's Dan. So I'll make a motion to approve the new Zoom contract.
Second.
I don't see it on there.
Oh, sorry.
It's not the exact verbiage. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Zoom contract. So yeah.
I'll second.
Board President Carl Palestrini. Can you unmute Carl? Sorry, it's not on record.
Sorry.
It's all right. Thank you. Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastak.
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you all.
Okay, now item K, bus purchase piggyback. Yvonne and Dan.
Yes, I'll defer to Dan if he's on.
Sure, I can cover this. This is to replace 3 of our minibuses that are at the end of their lifespan. 2 of them have over 300,000 miles, and they're non-operational, and we have one with 450,000 miles, so they are at the end of their lifespan. We have the money set aside in Fund 40, and the reason we want to purchase now, since in the distance mode, is it takes about 6 months from the time you order to have them manufactured and certified. So we'd like to have them in place and ready to use as soon as possible.
Questions?
I have more of a statement to thank Dan Paul for clarifying why it's so important to be trying to advance minibus purchase at a time of when we just hear that we're distance learning. Knowing that backstory is very helpful to say that the cycle it takes to get there, the desire to have them at a later date, and the difficulty in tracking these down. That to me gets me over the hump of saying, if we're in distance learning, but why are we looking at spending money to do that? So I appreciate the research that you did and the understanding of how we need to navigate those waters. So thank you very much, Dan.
Well, do we have a motion?
If there's no other questions, I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of 3 minibuses to replace buses in need of replacement.
Second.
Second.
Okay.
And I'd also just like to thank Dan also for what Todd mentioned as well. I think during these financial times where things are so touchy in the budget, I think the explanation and the rationale for the buses was really helpful. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I got to thank Dan for doing what he's doing in this whole thing. He's a bit of a hidden asset there in terms of the public purview, but lots going on out there in the district in terms of maintenance, getting schools ready and everything else. Not about the buses, but since we got the buses here, let's call for the vote.
Board President Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, item L, resolution 20-22B, approved signature for the Office of Public School Construction. Yvonne.
Yes, thank you. This is a resolution that's required by the Office of Public School Construction for us to do business with them and DSA, and it's authorizing myself and the superintendent to sign contracts and other things that need to be signed for those agencies. So requesting approval of this resolution.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
I beat
Okay,
you,
moved
Sarah.
and seconded by 3 people. Keep going.
I just picked, sorry. Board President Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Annette Eastek.
Yes.
Board Member Todd Weaver.
Yes.
So moved. Okay, we come to the end of the agenda at item 7. We have a board meeting on the 12th of August, and it will obviously be by Zoom remote. This is a time for future topics, if you wish to add any to the list.
And Carl, I just want to say that I work with Tech and Trisha, and we'll make sure that the public comments go smoother the next time. This being the first one was, an interesting challenge, but we'll make sure that, you have correct data and it goes a little smoother for you.
That's okay. This is a tough time to get this stuff done, but I'm going to hear about it. No question about it. 1 minute per customer and only about 9 or 10 customers. But that's why I get the big money. So no worries, Trish. It's going to happen. People are going to we have to make do with what we have to make do. And next time around, we'll try to get this thing lined up in such a way where we have a little better handle on the presentation.
Yeah.
Anything new you want to add out there, folks? Not seeing a lot of hands going up. No? Okay. At this
Good
point
night,
in time,
everybody. Thank you for a great meeting.
Thank you.
Adjourn.
Good night.
Thanks,
Good night,
everyone.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging in there, and went as well as it probably could.
Thanks,
Okay.
Carl.
Thanks
Thank
again.
you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Sarah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Tess.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Bye, Todd.
Thank you
Bye,
all.
Annette. Bye, Tess. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
It's the goodbyes that kill you.
Thanks again. Have a good evening.
Bye,
You too, Craig.